here we go. Week 2, day 2 of the No Tilt League Special Edition. Hi, I'm Rich Slayton. Today, another great slate of matches. Hope you're having a fantastic Saturday. It's going to be barn burners from top to bottom. If yesterday was any indication, we're in for, guess what, more King of the Hill sweeps, because that is what this format is all about here at No Tilt League Special Edition. Hello and welcome. This is a little bit of a, maybe you could call it a preseason, but with the prize pool, we have a pre-CRL West league featuring some of your favorite Clash Royale League players, some of your favorite pro stars going head-to-head, head-to-head, and head-to-head, because the format, King of the Hill, and then, if necessary, third set, 1v1. And I'll be here with you all the way through today, tomorrow, next weekend, and after that, all the way to the finals on May 10th. And of course, the finals, putting that big-time prize pool, $12,000 to the winner, $9,000 to second place, and third and fourth both taking home a hefty bit of chunk of change as well. This is week 2, day 2. We've already been through some crazy action, and we do have some teams standing out way at the top. Of course, it's been SK Gaming 3-0, really killing it on top, and Team Queso as well, both currently still undefeated. On the other end, the big surprise, Tribe Gaming, the only team yet to find their way into the winner's circle. Of course, they opened up against SK Gaming, Tribe Gaming, and Team Liquid. So a tough opening schedule for Tribe Gaming. We'll see if today, when they face off against Pain, if they have a little bit more luck. And of course, today we're going to kick things off with Chivas Esports currently in third place, facing off against Cream, currently in 6th, and Cream doing well despite having, let's say, a hamstrung roster, a lot more semi-pro or less experienced players mixed into that Cream roster, especially with St. Bellican not available due to Orange Crown League rules, but that hasn't stopped them yet. Ace has been fantastic in his spots here for Cream Esports, and X-Pedro 5-1 yesterday. Let's jump into it. This is No Tilt League Special Edition. And I thought we were going to a graphic there, but that's okay. You're coming back to me one more time. Hi, I'm Rich Slayton. You're maybe watching over on YouTube for the No Tilt, the actual official No Tilt YouTube page. You might also be over on my Madcat page. Either way, welcome. Happy to have you here watching and joining us throughout this entire fantastic tournament. And there's been a lot of big-time performances. Of course, we'll get more into Chivas Esports and Pain, I guess Cream right now. Here we go. We'll get more into them here in just a moment. Both these teams put up big-time performances yesterday. We'll see if they can keep that going as well. And yeah, here we go. During the regular season, we're going to be going from April 18th to the 26th, and then finals May 10th. And there's the match format, King of the Hill, and 1v1. So if you like head-to-head play, you'll see a bunch of it. If you like players going on big-time streaks, you're going to see a ton of it. Because this, again, has been Sweep City over and over and over again. Players keep stepping up and going 1, 2, 3, catching the hot hand, although it has been fairly evenly matched throughout. Very few matches have gone all the way to that 1v1, or most matches have gone to the 1v1 set. Very few of them have been straight sweeps in 2 sets. In fact, yesterday was the first time that we saw that. We'll see if we get that again today or if we're in for a full set of bangers from top to bottom. But of course, the talent has been so good. 10 teams in this league. Every single team absolutely stacked, even bringing in some outside talent just to sort of flush out the roster a little bit. And here's the overall format as we go towards the playoff bracket. Each team plays 9 matches in the round-robin format out of our 10. The top 6 get to playoffs, so even as we get later in the season, there are still opportunities for so many of these squads to continue to perform well and have a shot at making it. There we go, the league format back on there one more time. Top 6 teams advance, so you're really not going to be out of this tournament for a very, very long time. First and second place get a first-round bye, and the other 4 teams will battle in round 1 to meet one of those teams in round 2. The prize pool, first place, $12,000, $9,000 to second place, and fourth and fifth both taking $4,500. So really, this is a wide-open event. More than half the teams get a chance to qualify for those playoffs. Of course, first and second is a big, big moment. First place, second place, you essentially get one free win. You're on to the second round, so that's huge. And of course, we'll see that third place team and sixth place team might be a pretty big gap between a team that nearly made first and a team that might even be in a losing record qualifying in that last spot. So of course, we'll get more information on that as we get closer and closer to that playoff. But today we have a full slate of matches. Schedule should be up there in just a moment. If you haven't yet and you're on the No Tilt YouTube page, don't forget now to hit subscribe and ring the bell for all notifications. And of course, if you're on MadCat, give me a follow. Love to have you come back and watch some more. Here's the rankings going into today. SK Gaming and Team Queso, as I said before, both still undefeated at the top. Tribe Gaming 0-3 at the bottom, and it's still very, very tight in the middle. Chivas Esports came out with a big win yesterday to put themselves in that third place spot. More on that in just a minute. And of course, Cream Esports, that they'll be facing, got their first win yesterday off of a big performance by X Pedro. We'll see if he can do it one more time today. Of course, all 10 teams play every single match day. We'll be seeing them today and again tomorrow. And same thing next weekend when we're Friday, Saturday, Sunday, always 10 a.m. in the West and 1 p.m. in the East. So make sure you never missed a moment. And coming up right now, Chivas Esports facing off against Cream. And this is going to be an interesting one. Chivas Esports put up a great show yesterday with two King of the Hill sweeps. The first one, courtesy of Richard, went 1-2-3 to open up the match. Didn't even need any of his other teammates. And then you got into our second set. It was almost a sweep for their opponents. And then Anaban came out with a reverse sweep, giving us the first 2-set sweep and 6 clean wins overall for Chivas Esports. Look for those two guys to show up again today. They were both on fire yesterday, but of course anyone can catch the hot hand. And yesterday, it was X Pedro who opened things off with a King of the Hill sweep in the first set, and Ace nearly did it in the second set to make it a clean 6-0 win for Cream Esports, but then they faltered and Pedro had to come back out again in that 1v1 third and final set, where he did get it done and hold on with a big time 2-0 win over Surge TS to put Cream Esports into a pretty good position and give them their first win of the event. So we'll see if they can continue on with that same level of gameplay and same level of matchup luck as we get into this next one. So here we go, kicking things off, set number 1, King of the Hill. Cream bringing out Pedro, Patea, and Diego. On the other side, Pompeo, Anaban, and Adrian Piedra. So possibly Minor Musk Loon for X Pedro. Pompeo looking like it's probably going to be Goblin Giant Sparky, although we don't know for sure until we see more. So it is the Sparky in the outside corner for Pompeo. Takes 2 shots from the Musketeer. Plenty of elixir for Pompeo to build up a push here. We'll see if he gets aggressive early on, and he does. So Goblin Giant Sparky to open things up for Pompeo. And pretty clearly going to be Minor Musk Loon for Pedro. A big question here will be, what spells does Pompeo have? Cycles Musketeer to the right. Pedro not getting aggressive. What answers will Pompeo have to that balloon as time goes on, and how long can Pedro avoid a Sparky connection on that tower? Hey, I just got my first subscription on MadCat. Kelly, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. That is very, very cool, and that feels really great to kick off things so well over there. Here we go. Minor into the front. Musketeer being holding on for a second, but Zap takes it off the board. 19-18 right-hand side. Pedro draws first blood. Pompeo, though, building up a big-time Sparky push. If you haven't yet, hit subscribe on the No Tilt YouTube page. Ring that bell and never miss a moment of the Clash Royale action. It is Lightning, which is probably the best choice for Pompeo in this matchup. Earthquake would help with the bomb tower, but don't think it's necessary. And Rage might help defensively in some cases, but Lightning going to make things a nightmare for Pedro, and you can see it right there. Tower down already. So trying to get this balloon in on that left-hand side. Mine are tanking for a while. That's going to be one drop, but there you go. Lightning cleans it up easily. Pompeo not really worried after that Lightning drops. Easy first win for Pompeo. Solid matchup. You don't see Lightning a ton right now in Goblin Giant Sparky, but it works out well for him here. Maybe he got a good read on Pedro, and that's game number 1 for Chivas Esports. So no clean opening sweep for Pedro this time. Yesterday had a big-time performance. Put Cream Esports on his back. Today, gonna have to take a back seat for a minute and hope his teammates can pick up the slack in this opening set. And you can see, barely able to get balloons out even. Pedro never really able to find the spot. And Pompeo. Solid choice here with that Lightning. Made it easy. Musketeer ended up evaporating a couple times there. So here we go. Game number 2. Patea and Diego. Remaining for Cream Esports, Pompeo still on the board. And Pompeo going Sparky one more time. Very interesting. And looking like Graveyard for Patea. We'll see if that ends up being the case. Dark Prince does not connect left-hand side. Patea's playing out of Argentina. Plays in the No-Tilt League with Cream, but plays outside of No-Tilt with Urban Esports. Has had a decent amount of experience with them. And did appear on the No-Tilt World's Argentinian team, taking 8th place this season. He also went all the way to 2nd place in the Season 1 Americas region for Clash Contender Series. So Patea, while might not be a pro name that you know, certainly has been competing a lot in the last year, getting himself all ready to take the big stage and hopefully take a big-time win. So here we go, Sparky left-hand lane, Pompeo. Had a lot of success game 1. The question is, did he go with the Lightning again in game number 2? And he did. There we go, just as I'm asking the question. Goblin Hut gone, Ice Wiz gone. Musketeer just outside of the poison for Pompeo, helping a little bit, but having some trouble breaking through. Pompeo is getting these Sparkies down pretty quickly. Not wasting much time here as we approach the final 10 seconds of regulation. Graveyard does come in. And Poison gets to the minions, but just a little bit late. Graveyard, though, still getting a ton of damage. Has to zap it off is Pompeo. Patea in a good chance here to get a big win. Here we go, sudden death overtime. Patea playing very, very calm. Has not overextended himself yet. Sometimes you'll see a younger player, especially against someone they've wanted to play against for a long time, make a mistake early on, or even make a mistake late where they start to feel the mojo, go, hey, this is my chance to take out a star, and then overextend a little bit. We'll see if that happens to the young player here. Hey, shout out to my Spanish cohort for CRL, Koji-san, in the chat over on YouTube. Love you too, buddy. Happy to see you here. Thanks for helping make No-Till happen. Here we go, Dark Prince cycled left-hand lane. Final minute, triple elixir flowing. And here we go, Pompeo trying to pressure the opposite lane, keep the momentum away from his weak side tower, but don't know if that's going to be possible. Baby Dragon putting more down on the left-hand side. Dark Prince getting across Patea. Will he pull the trigger on a graveyard again here? Doesn't seem like it's necessary in his final 30. He might just play control. That would be the smart move. We'll see. Two Ice Wizards down on the right-hand side. Baby Dragon left-hand side. Pompeo trying to push through. But there's just no way for him to get to the second level here. And there you go, the young Argentinian gonna get a big signature win here. Taking out one big-time name. Pompeo goes down. Cream Esports on the board. So there you go. Nice work for the young man. And see a question over on the YouTube chat. Casey Morgan asking, how can you get in esports? Well, there's a lot of ways to get it done. There's a tons of ways. One of the ways is first, the simplest way, or the most, not the simplest, the most direct way. High finishes on ladder. The best way to get noticed by a team that wants to pick you up. They see ladder all the time, and a lot of the best players you see got picked off of high ladder finishes. Of course, the global tournament is a way to get noticed, a little bit lesser way, but definitely a way to get noticed as well. Of course, there are also open events. And I don't know if he's streaming in Spanish today, but our friend Rev Lamar, he regularly streams tournaments like the Moreno Cup, the Bren Chong Cup, the CWA Cup, and he holds open qualifiers for those where if you can qualify, you can then go up against Surgical Goblin, Morton, Buffmac, all the big names, and some players have been noticed off of those events. Big thing is, get good and work hard. Ram Rider for Patea in the second one. And Anaban coming off of a big reverse sweep in King of the Hill yesterday. We'll see if he has the mojo today. Patea maybe not happy or having some sort of emotions when it comes to facing what he expects might be Elixir Golem. Lizard Queen, first time I hear you and you're awesome. Thank you, Lizard Queen. Well, tune into Clash Royale League starting in May, in mid to late May, and you'll keep on hearing me. But for now, No Tilt League, now through May 10th. This weekend, next Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and the weekend after that. Brenton Thompson asking, what about those one-trick players that finish high on ladder? Would they be viable? Well, some of them are, some of them aren't, but let me tell you, let's talk about some players who got discovered off of ladder. Igor, the Mortar one-trick, so to speak. He got discovered off ladder, and of course, you saw what he did at CRL World Finals. Lapicati discovered off of ladder. Samuel Pasotto discovered off of ladder. Anaban, who you're seeing right in front of you at the moment. Obviously, a ladder player. Pompeo got his start as a killer on ladder, and then, of course, his 8-win run on the CWA Pro V Pro Series. But so many players get picked off of ladder, and many of them are thought to be one-tricks at the time, but a lot of conventional wisdom is if you can master one deck to be able to get that high up, you can probably master more. And it's unlikely you really are truly a one-trick if you're getting up to super high finishes. Here we go, Mega Knight, Bandit in on the right-hand line for Patea. This is a big chunk of damage. He's just been putting it on Anaban. And finally the Elixir Golem comes out for the King Sniper himself. Mega Knight trying to play defense here, but this is looking like a nightmare. Of course, Patea does have the poison for that left-hand side, can easily take that off, but still has to win the battle here and finish off that right-hand tower, and no guarantees of that right now. Mega Knight comes down on defense, gives him a bunch of elixir. Can he now start to put some pressure on that right-hand lane? Barbut going to make that a lot more difficult. So now Patea starting to load up in the left-hand side. Mega Knight not going to get away, but that poison going to give some nice value. Damage on the tower, damage on the troops. Very smartly put together by the young Argentinian. Snowball would have loved to hit that E-Drag, doesn't do it. And Anaban playing very defensive, just trying to find a chance to hold on and give a big-time counter push. Entering the final minute, triple elixir about to kick in. Can Patea hold on? Can Patea get this thing done? Or will we see one of these big, annoying elixir golem pushes just take over one more time? E-Drab making it a nightmare for the Infernos on both sides now. Ram Rider in the pocket. Barb Pout not available. EQ trying to slow it down. Gonna do it. And now Elixir Golem in the pocket. Battle Healer. Electro Dragon. Baby Dragon. Patea trying to hold on. Having a difficult run of it. Oh my word. Oh my word. Anaban. And of course, there come the BMs. Out of the King Sniper himself. Anaban getting it done. Man, just when you think you've got it, that Elixir Golem deck will trip you up easily. Like a sinkhole under your legs. You feel like you're running through, and next thing you know, you're caught in quicksand. And we talked about that a minute ago. The young player feeling like they're in good position and then wanting to try to go and close things out. Wanting to really maybe put the pedal to the metal. And that can be really, really rough. Patea drops Anaban. Coming out swinging today. Last man standing for Cream Esports, Diego. Diego's been good at this event so far. Already has one King of the Hill sweep under his belt. We'll see if he can continue the magic here. Anaban going Ice Wizard with Skeleton Barrel. Barb Barrel not in cycle. E-Wiz, though, for Diego, able to take care of that. So Diego going Royal Giant. Royal Giant has been not seen very often in competitive lately and honestly hasn't been super successful as of late. Talked about that a bit yesterday with Oxalate. And by the way, those of you watching at home, we're going to be having some other people join up. I will not be the only one on voice today. Here we go, Skeleton Barrel in left-hand lane. Ice Wiz, Stab Gauze behind. And this Barb Barrel perfectly timed, takes care of it all. It's going to be interesting, going to be challenging for both of these guys. Diego has good answers to that Skeleton Barrel with the E-Wiz and the Barb Barrel both. One of them should always be in cycle. But Anaban has the Ice Wiz and the Bomb Tower. We'll see if he's playing NATO as well. And he is, so that's going to make things very difficult for this Royal Giant as time goes on. Well, Loki, if Sparky broke your heart, why don't you buy her some flowers and try to apologize? Goblin Hut right-hand lane, poisoned by Anaban. Anaban enters the day at 9-5 in head-to-head play. Solid performances thus far, including that reverse sweep yesterday in King of the Hill. Diego, despite his one King of the Hill sweep, is 5-7 at this stage in No Tilt. Does get one mini P.E.K.K.A swing on the right-hand side. The Valkyrie just a half step slow. And Diego decides to punish there with lightning. $12.94 right-hand lane. Diego currently in the lead. Miner goes to the front this time. And Anaban with a cheeky little NATO there. E-Wiz comes out. And that's really fascinating. Is this going to come back and be a little bit of an overspend by Anaban? Low on Elixir. Mini P.E.K.K.A. Baby Dragon. And of course the Goblin Hunt on the right-hand side. Diego now taking the chance to push. Ice Wiz in the wrong lane. Bomb Tower not in cycle. NATO cannot stop that first Royal Giant shot. Can he stop a second one? Bomb Tower does get down. Anaban went for the slick move there with the tornado, but Ewas was ready to take care of the bar barrel. That's what we're talking about, the skeleton barrel. That's what we're talking about. The bar barrel and Ewas both available pretty consistently for that skeleton barrel. Going to make things hard for Anaban. You see what it was going for there, but not keeping track of Diego's cycle, and now in a decent amount of trouble. Ice Whiz in. This might get lightninged off here. And look at the bomb tower placement high. Goes for the lightning there anyway. Doesn't get lightning damage on tower, but does get rid of the bomb tower Ice Whiz. Doesn't get any damage from it, though, so that's an interesting question. When do you start making that choice? Might have been better to take the Ice Whiz and the tower damage instead. Bar Barrel takes care of it on the left-hand side for Diego. Mini P.E.K.K.A gets the Ice Whiz off the board. Royal Giant should be back around pretty soon, but has to play defense against this Miner, and he does. Gets the nice Miner catch, poison in. And here we go, Royal Giant right-hand lane. Valkyrie trying to play some defense. NATO there. And this time, Diego does go for the tower damage. Final minute, triple elixir flowing. Diego E holding on the right-hand side. Does not get the Miner catch initially. Another NATO there trying to get fancy, does Anaban. Doesn't get it done, 642. Lightning comes in. One more lightning will finish this game for Diego. Anaban has a number of ways to catch that lightning, and Diego does have to play defense, so we'll see. Can Anaban pick up a block? Can Diego get this thing done? We'll see. Holding on to the stab goblins and can't do it. Diego finishes off Anaban. We're going to game 5. All right. Looking at Kelly over in the chat. Rich is in serious commentating mode. Yeah, I was dialed in. That was a fun game. Sometimes you sit back and relax with some of these events streamed online, and sometimes you gotta dial on in. And that was one heck of a game. Diego sending us to game number 5. Anaban making a valiant effort. Some of those NATOs, you got to question. You know what he was going for, but maybe not keeping track enough of the cycle of his opponent to make some of those moves. And now it's all on the shoulders of the veteran Adrian Piedra, coming in 3-4 so far throughout this no-tilt league campaign. And Diego continues to be impressive here. Continues to overperform the expectations, which is definitely what you want from a young player. Derided a bit during his CRL West spring season where he didn't do much. Took the fall to sort of rework and get himself back in fighting shape. And the rarely seen Executioner from Adrian Piedra. You do not see a lot of Exy these days. Of course, there was a moment where it was Executioner all day, every day, back during the Executioner meta. But not a lot of Exy these days. Very interesting. Looking like Ram Rider for Diego. Bandit picked up by the Knight. Musketeer might make enough room for a dash. No, not going to happen. Adrian Piedra slightly ahead on damage and slightly ahead on elixir as we get closer to the first minute and a half away. Exit to the right-hand lane. Mega Knight to meet. Both players slowing down a little bit here. Dark Prince up high to meet. That Mega Knight's not going to get through, but the big question really isn't about the Mega Knight, it's about the Ram Rider coming behind it. Ram Rider going to go get on the Goblin Hut, and will she connect to the Princess Tower? She does. Not charged up, but still a connection nonetheless. Adrian Piedra resets with the NATO. Here we go. Final minute of regulation. Double elixir flowing. Adrian Piedra playing this one real close to his chest. Cycling Xyz in the back one more time. Is Adrian going to go ahead and just eat the Ram Rider attack on the left-hand side? He is going to go for that King Tower activation. Not going to happen, though. It's so risky. It seems like it's so easy to miss that one with the Ram Rider. Doesn't get much of anything out of it. So let's see. Is this Adrian's chance to start to get back in control of the game? Executioner down. Knight high. And here we go. Graveyard in. Graveyard Exy. An immediate poison in response for Diego. Oh, it's going to be a rough one, I tell you. Ram Rider left-hand lane. Adrian Piedra. This time just NATOs it to the Goblin Hut, and it does finally pull. It's going to be an interesting game when that NATO gets changed, folks. It's going to be very, very interesting. I'm not saying positive or negative. I'm simply saying interesting. Knight picks up the Mega Knight high. Adrian Piedra trying to set the line. Has to figure out some way to deal with this Ram Rider in the left-hand lane. Goes Goblin Hut high into the side. He's trying to Graveyard. So this is a nice move from Adrian. We'll see if it pays off. Executioner going to get leapt on by that Mega Knight. Can it hold on? And the Knight work from Adrian Piedra has been some of the best play he's done. He's done a couple of great jobs using the Knight to change direction, to take 2-on-1s. And now Graveyard in, not really being tanked for very much, and that Ram Rider, he has to spend 5 to stop it. And now 110 HP separates these two. Triple Elixir time. Diego starting to pour it on the left-hand lane. Bandit. Dark Prince picks up the Bandit. Mega Knight. Ram Rider through. Is there a Goblin Hut again? And Goblin Hut high forces the Ram Rider to thread the needle. And now Graveyard in for Adrian Piedra, right-hand side. Now it's Adrian's turn to pop a poison. Trying to get some help on the offensive. And just like that, Adrian Piedra's in the lead. 15 seconds left. Diego tries to go Ram Rider into the same lane. Poison down. I don't think that's going to do it. Tries to snowball to catch a little bit of a lead, but that Graveyard's going to be enough. No, Bandit Dash! The Bandit Dash! The Bandit Dash for Diego! Oh my word! The Bandit gets away, and Diego takes out Adrian Piedra. That looked like he was dead in the water. The Bandit gets away, gets on tower, and kaboom, just like that. A very well-played game by Adrian Piedra goes right down the tubes. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What a finish. Absolutely brutal. Woo, that was fun. We should have stats here in just a moment, but that's a going. There we go. Stats coming in right now, courtesy of our friends at Stats Royale. And Adrian Piedra played that one really, really nice and slow. Got the lead when he needed it, and then just one little bandit escaped. One bandit just runs away. And next thing you know, Cream Esports takes the first set. Wow, that's a big one. That's a big one. Set number 1 goes the full 5. Full 5 games. Ooh. I think we're in for a long one today, folks. So if you had plans, cancel them. We're playing Clash Royale all day here on No Tilt. Ooh. Diego with a big, big step up here. And just, man, that Bandit, she can get away and suddenly change everything. And you saw that, because you saw there at the end that Diego only had the NATO. Other one. Diego had the poison and the snowball. You're like, maybe he can out-cycle and get more damage at the end than Adrian Piedra can with the poison. But that Graveyard, you're like, oh, this has got to be done. Absolutely got to be done. But one Bandit escapes, and there you go. So here we are, set number 2, and it's Cream Esports with the lead, and the man who almost swept his set in King of the Hill yesterday, Ace, leading off for Cream with Pedro and Diego in the 2 and 3 spots. Richard, Adrian Piedra, and Anaban for Chivas, and of course, 2 players on that Chivas roster swept yesterday in King of the Hill. Richard and Anaban both got it done. As long as one of them shows up for this set, they'll be fine. So first Lava Hound of the day. Brenton Thompson asking on YouTube, do I play sound on, silence, music, or blindfold? I play silence, but I have played one game. I have played once blindfolded for a YouTube video, and we won a game or two. It was difficult, though. I think I had trainer Dippets coaching me while I was blindfolded. So Graveyard in for Ace. Ace was the big man for Italy in no-tilt Worlds. Had some fantastic performances on behalf of his country. Overall, 64% win rate, if I remember correctly, from no-tilt Worlds. Might have been higher. And, of course, Italy went fairly deep in that event. Graveyard in one more time. A lot of damage on the right-hand side. Not going to fall under 1,000. Baby Dragon does its job. Richard playing this Arrows version. Lava Miner Barbs has been the best version of Lava Miner that we've seen in this event. The Barbarians have been getting lots of value. Sometimes Arrows getting mixed in as the spell. Graveyard in. Poison in. And that's just brutal for Chivas Esports right now. 2 poisons will finish it. We'll probably see one more Graveyard from Ace. As long as he can defend this. And that bomb tower. NATO's everything a little bit away from tower. Tries to use the bomb tower as well, but that's going to be tower down. And now Ace has to pull the trigger. Ace in a ton of trouble. He will get the tower down on that right-hand side, but can he defend here? Super low on Elixir. A nice kite with the Knight from Ace. Heads-up play. That poison's going to die maybe a 1 step early. Yes, it does. 1 step early from those pups. But Ace is still alive. That was a really nice kite with the Knight from Ace to move all that away from those towers for a minute. Give himself some breathing room on defense. And now here we go. Musketeer trying to pop that Lava Hound while it's still in the poison. Final minute 20 of gameplay. Richard in the lead. And able to just set up those Goblin Huts behind the tower. It's going to make this really hard for this Graveyard deck. Ace is going to have to find some way to get a Graveyard and get a tank into that, probably into the pocket, to pick up those shots from the King Tower. At the same time as doing that, not give up too much and get blown out by a lava push. Going to be real difficult here for Ace. And you see right there, Richard just able to win this front-facing battle. Lava Hound able to provide so much value at this stage. So there you go, Knight in the pocket. Graveyard down, poison down. Ace just swinging for the fences right now. He can get around one more time as long as he can keep that tower up. This is going to be very, very difficult, though. Richard certainly has the advantage at this stage in the game, not just on damage, but just in terms of what we're playing right now. Here we go, Graveyard again in the pocket. Knight, Barb Barrel. Can this Graveyard steal it? Doing a whole ton of damage. Skeleton's on. I don't know if they can get it done here. 147 left-hand tower. Flying Machine trying to get away. 102, 67. Oh, my word, Ace does it. Oh, my word, Ace does it. Wow. Absolutely wow. It felt like it was all Richard, but there you go. Wow. And that's what we talked about. Ace had to find a time where he could put something in the pocket to pick up that King Tower and then get the Graveyard down. And then that triple Elixir, able to do it twice. Able to do it twice and win by just a hair. These two teams are firing, folks. Firing on all cylinders. Unreal. Absolutely unreal. That seemed like Richard had it completely sewn up. Completely, absolutely sewn up. And Ace just made the smart move, played enough defense, got around and put the knight. And that was what he went with. He went with the knight in the pocket twice rather than the baby dragon, using that baby dragon defensively, knowing the knight wouldn't do much on the defensive side. And here we go, game number 2, Cream in the lead. Adrian Piedra going with most likely Lumberloon Heal Spirit. There you go. There's the Heal Spirit behind. And that's going to be a nice connection against this double bait deck. And most likely he's running Snowball as well, so should have plenty of small spell options for both of those barrels and the double bait from Ace. Adrian Piedra, after getting a nice big connection early on, slowing down for a second. And Adrian just pressing the action, getting real aggressive right out the gate here. Maybe a little early with the Heal Spirit. And that's a nice log. Dark Goblin didn't need it for the Princess. The death damage from the balloon took care of that. 1707, and here we go. Adrian Piedra now going to come in, or 8's going to come in with the Goblin Barrel. Is Adrian not running a second small spell here? I would have think you'd seen that as opposed to the Bats. Gave up 300 HP on the right side. There you go. Second small spell comes out. And that balloon making a beeline for the tower. Not going to connect, but will get some raged up death damage. And that's going to be a lot. 655 right-hand side, 1099. But Ace now starting to pick up the pace. Nice Heal Spirit from Adrian Piedra. That was some heads-up play. That Heal Spirit picking up the aggro from the Princess. And Adrian's cycle is in perfect position right now. This is exactly what he wants. Bats high. Some might split for the Princess. No, they go down. Not going to connect, but does get death damage again. Log will chip a little bit more. And with the Musketeer, that's tower down. Adrian Piedra playing this one pretty much perfectly. Skeleton Barrel off. And not much there the Ace can do. And there you go. The Italian finally stopped. Adrian Piedra back in the winner's column. If you haven't yet, folks, over here on the No Tilt YouTube page, hit a like, hit a subscribe, ring that bell for notifications. We are here Friday, Saturday, Sunday this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday next weekend, and of course Saturday, Sunday the weekend after that, including today, 7 days of Clash Royale Esports, all culminating with a final on May 10th for that championship money, $12,000 for the winning team. All top 4 make the prize pool, but that $12K, that's what you're shooting for. Here we go, game number 3, Adrian Piedra and X Pedro. Looking like it's a balloon this time for Pedro. I mean, not looking like it is. The question is it Minor Loon or is it Lumberloon? Pedro does like Minor Musk Loon. He tends to prefer that deck. Already played it once today. And Adrian, with those 4 cards, could be anything, essentially. So going to be Lumberloon Heal Spirit for Pedro. And Lava Miner for Adrian Piedra. We'll see if he's running poison or if he's running arrows. We already saw Richard run the arrows version today, and oof, that was a rough one. Here we go, balloon in right-hand side. Lumberjack, Pedro pushing the pace right now. And that Musketeer going to be very helpful. Might be able to break through and get that Goblin Hut down in time. And it does. This Rage will be perfectly timed. Balloon gets on tower, snowball in. Bats retarget that the baby dragon. That push could not have gone more perfectly for Pedro. Just about every single piece came together exactly how he wanted it. And needed that advantage because it's going to be interesting defense here as we get late in it. So as soon as the Lava Hound comes down, why not Lumberloon in the other direction? And that's a solid heal spirit. This will get raged up again. And some solid damage left-hand lane. Pedro not going to get tower down. Oh, he does get tower down. Wow, absolutely. And you see Adrian Piedra is running the poison variation. Tower down right-hand side. But there's going to be no way for Adrian to hold off against this one, I believe. Heal Spirit might come in behind. Yeah, death damage does get tower down, and this should be Pedro's game. I don't think that Adrian can steal this tower. No, not now. Cream and Chivas going back and forth, blow for blow. A little BM log snowball there at the end from Pedro, asserting dominance in game number 3. Man, that one push for Pedro went about as perfectly as you could ask for it to. It's hard for there to be a push that sorts itself out better than that one. Just the way it all worked out timing-wise, the Musketeer getting the Goblin Hut down, the time that the Heal Spirit came in, when the Lumberjack actually popped. This is the balloon deck right now, in my opinion. It's also what I'm playing on ladder. Nowhere near as well as Pedro's playing it. But Heal Spirit has definitely given some new life to Balloon. It's interesting to think about Heal Spirit in one event. It's really into the Royal Hogs world, whether it's Royal Hogs with or without barbs, getting advantage of those swarms. Other hand, being part of this Balloon deck. Here we go, game number 3. Anaban and Pedro. No strangers here. And is Anaban running running Hog Rider, or is he running Graveyard? The two most likely options with Giant Skeleton. Pedro cycling fairly quickly. And Baby Dragon meets Baby Dragon. And here we go. It is the Giant Skeleton Hog Rider deck for Anaban. Does get one shot left-hand side. Has to contend with a Mini P.E.K.K.A. and an Inferno Dragon. 2 tank killers. And Anaban does love NATO. So if there's a way to use it in a deck, he can do it. He'll make it work. Currently out to the lead. Lava Hound down for Pedro. And one reason you see a lot of people get used to playing Lava Hound in that corner is if you're playing against, this is a really silly reason, but if you're playing against people who play sound off like I do, and you play that Lava Hound in that corner, you can see behind the clock from your opponent's perspective. It might buy you an extra half second or second before they realize you've lava'd up. Oh, Inferno Dragon gets on. Anaban has to NATO. And the pressure is on. Mini P.E.K.K.A. in. That's it. Tower down. Pedro putting the hurt on Anaban. Miner goes right to that Ice Wiz behind. Anaban has to do something now if he wants to stay in this one. I think he's done, though. Giant Skeleton down. He might go hog the left-hand lane now that the mini-pack is out. Does he hog left-hand lane or try to keep pushing him to this side? Nah, that's it. GG. Well played. Hog Rider in. Not going to do a whole lot. Pedro getting it done against Anaban. And there you have it. There you have it, everybody. Pedro, the hero, one more time. Cream Esports with a 2-0 sweep over what was the number 3 Chivas. Of course, we'll have updated standings for you in just a moment. But that's a big win for Cream. Look at this roster, by the way. Not to denigrate it at all, but it's a younger, less experienced roster. It's a roster that does not have, not much in the way of CRL experience, not much in the way of high-level experience, top to bottom there. It's a young roster, and right now moving to 2-2, big-time win for Cream Esports against their rivals Chivas. Big one. Man, I've said it a lot on stream, whether it's here or CRL, a missed NATO or it's even an underutilized NATO in a position, that's the biggest hit to you in terms of throwing away Elixir, right? If you miss a rocket or a fireball, as long as you don't miss it to nothing, if you just get the tower but not the troop, you get something out of it. If a NATO doesn't pay off the way you wanted it to pay off, that hurts you more than anything. You just get 0 value out of it. And there you have it. No huge misses in this one for Anaban, but nothing great from it. Here we go, taking a look at the standings. Now they're updated. And you see Cream Esports flip-flopping with Chivas. Cream goes from 6th to 4th place. Chivas drops from 3rd down to 5th. And with that head-to-head tiebreaker, Cream does have the advantage over Chivas now, if we do stay tight. So we'll see what happens as the season moves on, but each team will have more than half of their matches played at the end of today, or at the end of this weekend. By the end of tomorrow, each team will be 5 matches through. We'll be back later in a few minutes. SK Gaming against Team Purple. Don't go anywhere. And here we go. Welcome back, everybody, for our next matchup. And I got a big-time surprise for you at the moment. Hold on, let me go ahead and jump back over here. Big-time surprise for you. Getting someone here to join me on voice for our next matchup. Let me go bring his volume up right here. Hey, are you there? Are you with us?
What's the surprise?
What's the surprise? Guys,
who's coming?
Back by popular demand. You've been asking for it. Everyone's asking for it. My brother, here we go. Andrew Guy on voice here for at least a couple of matches. Andrew, dude, very happy to cast with you. Of course, we're both getting really excited for May to kick off. You just missed a back-and-forth bloodbath between Cream Esports and Chivas, and it went back and forth. Of course, coming up next, a team you're familiar with, SK Gaming against Team Purple. Now, if you're not familiar with Team Purple, Andrew, just let me let you know. Team Purple, the All-American lineup, and let me go ahead and throw the current standings back up there on the screen for a moment. Team Purple, Wings, Air Surfer, Razor, Trainer Dip, with Ender and Yuya rounding things out.
Yeah, really excited to see these guys come out. I haven't seen them obviously play together much, and I'm curious to see how Dip is this season. You know, I'm curious to see how he is in his head-to-head play, or if he'll be doing a lot more of what we know that he's the best at, which is being an incredible analyst. So I'm excited. I'm also excited to see an All-American squad, like you said. And what a sweet name, Team Purple.
Team Purple, yeah. Of course, some of the teams, as announced by No Tilt, some incognito squads. So we'll see look, purple's my favorite color. Happy to see someone repping some purple out here. We'll see what they do against the powerhouse SK Gaming, currently undefeated, 3-0. Morton, Sam, Javi Catorze, Sergio Ramos, and Andrew. I'm excited. Maybe Big Spin or Flobby getting mixed in here at some point.
Yeah, I mean, the addition of those two guys, the two Germans, is really, really interesting, right? Because not only are they such a massive presence online, but we also know how good they are at the game. And these guys have been huge on Twitch. I've watched so many Big Spin streams and not known one thing that he's saying, but just to watch his top tier gameplay. So I'm really curious to see what his online play, how that translates over to, I mean, still online play, but against only CRL stars.
Here we go. Team Purple, you're right, does have a Venezuelan player, an Ender. A little mistake there, although the core of it is that All-American lineup, Wings, Air Surfer, Razor, and Dippets. But Ender has made an appearance so far. I believe Yuya might have played one game the other day. Team Purple currently, of course, struggling a bit in the standings at 1-2 up against the undefeated SK Gaming. And any win you can get against those top teams is huge early on. So we'll see if Team Purple can show up against SK. But, you know, they continue to look so good. And that's one thing about SK Gaming going all the way back, Andrew, to CRL EU in 2018. They have consistently been top tier.
Yeah, I mean, they really have. And, you know, coming back with essentially the same squad plus a couple guys who they're already very familiar with, it makes them even more of a threat this season. And, you know, for Team Purple, the biggest issue for them is going to be figuring out who is going to play in what set, who's hot, like who's the hot hand, essentially, because, you know, they've got a lot of talent on their roster, but if you don't know where to place your talent, it ends up just not really working out. We've seen that before with star-studded lineups that just can't seem to put it together.
So here we go. Razor playing... What in the world? Razor playing Sparky with a wizard. Is this the first wizard we've seen with a pro and with a prize pool on the line?
I'm trying to think if we've ever seen the wizard played like in head-to-head play at all in CRL. I'm sure there has to be a game we've forgotten about, but definitely one of the most underutilized cards, period.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're in the 3,000 to 5,000 trophy range, maybe even up to 6, you probably see the wizard all day, every day, and you hate it. But in competitive play, certainly does not make a lot of appearances. There are a number of cards that offer a little bit more utility in various ways than the wizard. Wow, we'll see what Razor has in store. Looking like it's going to be, I mean, we don't know if it's Goblin Giant or Classic Giant, but something big and a Sparky. And looks like Sam might be going with the High Stinky Cheese over down here. Could be the Elixir Golem, maybe? Or maybe even Classic.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, you know, I'm feeling like Elixir Golem, but the thing that's so interesting about the Wizard now is that with so many decks using spawners, Elixir Golem still being heavy in the meta, like, the Wizard all of a sudden, and of course with, like, you know, Minion Horde, Royal Hogs plus Heal Spirit, all of a sudden the Wizard seems to be a little bit more effective, you know? It's got offensive capabilities like the bomb tower doesn't have, and of course that defensive splash damage with a high DPS. So interesting. We'll see if that becomes a trend or not this season.
Well, here you go. There's the Wizard trying to work against that Elixir Golem push opposite direction. Of course, NATO pulls it all together. Wizard survives for a while, and fairly well defended, and now it's Razor going split lane. E-Drag comes down on the right-hand side. And look at this, second Sparky down, Andrew.
And that was a lot for Sam to deal with in the left-hand lane. He had to completely ignore the Goblin Giant on his tower to deal with the Sparky, and the way that he dealt with the Sparky was just dropping a battle healer right on top of it. So kind of ineffective defense is going to be the reason why Sam loses game number 1.
We'll see if he can hold on here, but certainly in a lot of trouble, and EQ most likely will mean this is going to be game over here in a couple of moments, even if he holds on to this one. So chalk one up for the Wizard, Andrew. I mean, look, let's not get Curse of the Caster here. This is the Elixir Golem deck. It can suddenly overwhelm you in a second, but it feels like Wizard might be getting a big-time win.
Yeah, for sure, man. It does really seem that way, and you see it again right here, getting a lot of that splash damage in. You pull the NATO out, getting it all grouped together. So you see the idea behind it, but this is a dangerous push. He needs to get that Earthquake down. He needs to get it down right now. Wow. There it is. That was very close.
Oh, boy. Here we go. Elixir Golem opposite direction. Needs to get the Earthquake in. Can he do it? Fireball down. Elixir Golem on it, and Razor does get all the way around. Game number 1 going to Razor. A tight one there at the end. And that's what you see. You see that giant pile of troops on the left-hand side, all in that tower. Danger, Will Robinson. Danger.
Yeah, that was very close. I mean, if that Earthquake is one more card away, maybe, just maybe, Sam ends up taking that game. Really well played there. Yeah, and I was gonna say, I think our feed is a little. Let me fix that.
Here we go.
I'm living in the future.
Yeah, dude. I mean, look, we always know you are in the future, ahead of the game and everything. Here we go. It's stats courtesy of Stats Royale, and Razor able to get it done. Nice dual lane pressure, able to get on tower. Sam nearly made it interesting there at the end, but Razor able to close things out. Game number 1 going to Team Purple. Of course, that's just game number 1 of 2 King of the Hill sets. You still have to beat a lot of pretty big names from SK Gaming, so we'll see if Razor can keep it up. But Razor did earn a pretty big-time nickname in the opening weeks of CRL North America, the King Killer, and he is certainly capable of putting together big-time runs.
Yeah, and you look at his deck there. That was a pretty rough matchup for Sam. Even though there's no building on the floor for Razor, he has so many units that can not only deal with the Barbarians, but put in so much single-target DPS on top of the Baby Dragon, on top of the Electro Dragon. But, the Sparky on the ground to help deal with the Elixir Golem, the Wizard, the NATO, all those things. It seemed like a pretty favorable matchup there for Razor. And, of course, Earthquake coming down 4 times, keeping those Barb Huts at bay.
So waiting for game number 2 to come in. We'll see. Just as a reminder, folks, each team does have 1 3-minute timeout that can call at any point. I don't know if we're on a timeout at the moment, but if we do get an unusually long break at some point, it might be because one of those teams are calling a timeout to just sort of reset and figure out what their next plan is going to be. Oh, and I guess we're not on one. Here we go. Game number 2, the CCGS World Champion, Sergio Ramos, up next for SK Gaming.
Yeah, Sergio, one of my favorite people, just in general, to be hanging out with. Just a really nice dude, always incredibly insightful, and always has a really positive attitude. And obviously, he's just so good. So good.
So here's Heal Spirit, Ice Cold, and we have not seen Royal Hogs yet today. Of course, we are watching the German side, or the heavily German side. We're watching SK Gaming. Morton and Sam love those piggies. We'll see them, but right now it looks like Lumberloon with Heal Spirit one more time.
Yeah, definitely going to see the Balloon coming out here. And then for Razor, he's obviously got a great card to slow the Balloon down with his Ice Wizard. We'll see if Tornado's in the deck as well or not, but he needs more single-target air DPS to stop those Balloons.
Ice Golem does connect left-hand side, gets one shot, dies 2303 left-hand lane for Razor. Sergio Ramos, 2206 on the right-hand side, just cycling that Heal Spirit and picked up by the Skeleton Barrel, which, it has not been as Skelly Barrel heavy in the last couple days as it's been early on. We've seen a bit more of a mix-up in the meta, but Skeleton Barrel still just It's on a horse, Andrew. It goes so fast.
Yeah, it does go so very fast. There's the bomb tower to assist with the balloon, so that's what Razor's going to be using is the bomb tower to try to pull that balloon to the center. Then get some death damage still, so maybe he's going to have to use it in conjunction with the Ice Wizard as the game moves on, because we know that we've seen these balloon decks.
Here we go, balloon.
Just win solely off of death damage.
There we go, guys. Yeah, we know our feeds are a little bit off timing, guys. We're trying to get those sorted out, get them all synced up. One of the challenges of working in our remote universe at the moment, but as you can see, Andrew was right. The balloon did get picked up by the bomb tower, so brilliant catch there by my co-caster.
Yeah, I mean, I was honestly just anticipating that was going to happen. I had no idea. I'm not actually at the same time as you. I'm trying to slow mine down so that way I'm maybe with yours, so I backed it up a little bit.
All right, Lumberjack does take out the Miner. Poison to the Musketeer left-hand lane. Lumberjack pushing, bats down behind the Ice Golem. Trying to find some way past the Ice Wiz.
I think we're good now. I think we're good.
All right, giving you
Musketeer
good,
just came down?
Yeah, there you go. Giving you some good hints here and there.
Okay, God. All right, thank God.
Here we go. Miner to the back, picked up by the Lumberjack. And right now, Sergio Ramos playing some defense, and that Bomb Tower Ice Wiz combination going to be so brutal for him with this balloon.
Yeah, it's really tough, right? Because Razor, as long as he plays that bomb tower where he's playing it every single time and he gets enough damage on it, the Musketeer can't connect from Sergio's side of the map, and he cannot get the death damage on the towers. So this is going to be really, really tough for Sergio. And one of the biggest things missing in this new kind of Lumberloon deck is the missing Miner, right? There's no way to get direct damage on the tower other than your spells. So definitely an uphill battle here for Sergio.
I do like this version better than the Ice Spirit version, especially in the current meta.
Yeah.
And that's why you see some people going still with that very classic or continuously reused. And there's the King Tower activation. This time gets it done. But now the question is, the big question is the cycle as we get later and later, Andrew.
I know, but, you know, Razor has to make sure he does a very, very good job of always keeping one of those three cards loaded up with the second one behind it, right? So either the Bomb Tower plus the Ice Wiz plus the NATO, the Bomb Tower plus the NATO, whatever it is, he always has to have two in cycle. And he's doing a very good job of getting back around cheaply, and that's a big part of that Skelly Barrel, man.
Here we go, final minute of gameplay. Miner into the left-hand side. Razor does have the lead. Sergio Ramos going to maybe try to get all around very, very quickly. You see, already got the Ice Spirit, or the Ice Golem, the Heal Spirit, and the Log down since the balloon. So maybe try to go to another one now, but that Ice Wiz is going to throw a big-time wrench in the engine. Snowball left-hand side takes care of the Skelly Barrel. Man, Andrew, I just don't see a way through here for Sergio Ramos.
I know. I'm telling you, man, not having a big spell, which you usually don't have in these decks, but not having a big spell is really hurting him to take that Bomb Tower or Ice Wiz off the map. And then, of course, you know, not having the Miner, getting a little bit of support for that balloon on the tower, maybe getting more death damage in with the Miner to tank. I feel like this is a really tough stalemate for Sergio, and it's just a straight-up win for Razor.
So Razor going to make it 2 up, 2 down. Unless something
that's based a lot off of a matchup, man. He's had really, really great matchups in both these games.
Well, I think you and I, Andrew, both have an idea of why maybe he's getting those great matchups. And we mentioned it before, but you know what we saw Trainer Dippets do with Juicy J over World Cyber Games. Very excellent analyst on his side, and so far Razor has had 2 perfect matchups, and you got to imagine that Trainer Dip's a big part of that.
Yeah. Honestly, dude, if I'm Trainer Dippets, I just tell everyone that I call every game at this point. Oh yeah, Razor had a great matchup. Yeah, no big deal. I'm on his squad in case you weren't sure.
Yeah, we'll see. Of course, still waiting to see the exact format for CRL West. Although you and I are both expecting that 2v2 won't be going anywhere. It's a big part of that overall format. And Trainer Dippets, we believe, when I'm looking at him as a CRL player, I'm looking at him as analyst / 2v2.
100%.
But you look at the 2v2 work, the analyst work he does, and it might be worth the money just by that alone.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure, did Morton's match just start for you right now?
Morton's match is starting right now. I saw some confetti. Perfect. There's some spear goblins at the bridge.
Yep, so nice quick cycle out of both these guys already. Morton looking like he could be going with that very, very fast bait, zap bait cycle deck that's been very popular.
Might also be the Miner Skelly Barrel with Mega Knight. Yep, there we go. Skeleton Barrel.
Yeah, that's referring.
Oh yeah.
I guess. I forget that there's so many versions of Zap Bait now because of this deck specifically. But this is the deck that we saw Little Chen use at WCG. Maybe he changed out a card or two, but usually it's like Inferno Dragon, Mega Knight, and can't remember what the last card is. But it's honestly one of the decks that I really have loved for a very long time.
So Lava Miner
better now.
Lava Miner for Razor, and yeah, Morten is putting the pressure on. Yeah, you're definitely someone who likes the bait universe. I've avoided it pretty much consistently.
Yeah, I mean, what's so fun about this deck is just, you know, obviously the Zap Bait aspects of it, but then you do have a lot of single target DPS, usually with, apparently in this deck, it's going to be the Hunter instead of the Inferno Dragon. Which I think is actually a better choice with how much we see Balloon now.
And here we go, Baby Dragon on tower. Bat's trying to stop it, but while Morten's in the lead, Razor is starting to make things a bit interesting, and of course, as time goes on, Lovehound will get some more power, though. This is definitely going to be quick for Morten getting around over and over again.
Yeah, I'm assuming that as soon as Razor Lava Hound's anywhere, Morten will go hyper-aggressive in the opposite lane, maybe with a Mega Knight plus Bats or Mega Knight plus Skelly Barrel, something like that, just so that Razor can't really truly double down on his Lava Hound push.
And Razor being forced to sort of just let that Miner do its job. Hunter takes care of the Baby Dragon easily. Morten in a solid position here as we enter the final minute of regulation. And look at that, the Hunter gets the Lava Hound and some more chip damage on the tower.
Yeah, so there you go. Opposite lane, heavy aggression. Morten already did so much damage on that right tower, though he doesn't want to abandon. But look at that. If this is a 2-tower game, Morten's very happy about it. He just can't get 3-crowned.
Yeah, just has to not get 3-crowned, but now 2 Lava Hounds down. Inferno Dragon not going to survive because of that Hunter.
Nice poison there. That was a really nice poison to get those bats, creating a little bit more pressure, but did he overspend is the question.
Snowball does save the left-hand side, and the right-hand tower not down yet for Morten, so has to be careful here. Snowball not in cycle for Razor at the moment.
Wow,
has to defend
great
with the
poison.
Yeah, poison right-hand side. Mini P.E.K.K.A trying to defend. Miner to the back. Snowball trying to make some room. Morten.
That's it, man.
Wow.
That's like one of those things where you feel like you're kind of coming back, but then at the end of the game, you're like, I just played right into his hand the whole time. It felt like I was coming back. It felt like he was maybe on the ropes, but, you know, Morten still so much HP on that bottom left-hand tower, and the perfect Miner at the end, plus Snowball.
Yeah, beautiful Miner Snowball. The Hunter work out of Morten was brilliant in this one as well, and the King Killer has to go back to the bench for a little while longer. Not going to take this one down. Morten, the consensus top competitive player on the planet.
He's just so consistent and has been so consistent for so long and consistently getting better, which is, it's just crazy. I don't know how he does it, man. Between his streaming and his videos and his practicing, I feel like the dude doesn't do anything other than play Clash.
Well, the hour's certainly paying off. Of course, Morten career in King of the Hill sets, 65% win rate. Last season in the fall, 88% in CRL, with 2 sweeps to his name over his regular season career in that top league.
So this is a deck here from Yuya that was pretty popular a little while back in the last meta, or maybe even the meta before that.
We have seen some fairly strange little iterations. Wallbreaker's not really popular right now, but as you said, they've been popular last meta, popping up here and there, but it seems like the Skeleton Barrel has pretty much replaced them as the fast cycle skeletons playing offense these days.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the Skeleton Barrel just demands so much more than just Wallbreakers, right?
And solid fireball there, 4-on-5, takes some damage, but Morten's happy for that one.
Yeah, good job from Morten there not to react too quickly, wait to see if his opponent was going to double down, get a great little trade.
I think this is the Ram Rider deck from Morten. We've been seeing this combination a little bit yesterday. Battle Healer, Ram Rider, Cannon Cart. We'll see if that's the case. Entering the final minute of regulation, Purple about to start going real quick. And by that I mean the Elixir, not the purple team. I don't remember that one. The pink stuff, we'll call it this time around.
Great bet.
The Ghostbusters 2 ooze.
Now we're dating ourselves, my friend. Oh, and the double wall breaker connection on the left-hand side. You hate to see it.
1380 left-hand lane for Morton, right-hand side for Yuya, 1869. And now with solid pressure in both lanes, Miner to the back, Cannon Cart trying to play defense in the middle. I don't know if he has anything. There you go. Fireball doesn't get the Miner, though.
Yeah, that's a tough one right there. And Morton really kind of up against the ropes now. Yuya doing a great job keeping this heavy pressure up cycle kind of ahead of Morton's at the moment.
Oh, and Yuya wasting a zap there. Cannon Cart gets it anyway. Still firmly in the lead, but any chip damage you give Morton feels like a danger.
Mm-hmm. And Morton still hasn't busted out his win condition, so you have to imagine he's either feeling completely against the ropes or he's still feeling comfortable enough to not have to go all out.
Minor wall breakers, right-hand lane. E-Wiz high with the bar barrel to hold them off.
And there's one thing I gotta say about an interaction that it just might make me sound like a straight-up noob, but I'm not as impressed by it, but whenever I see it, I'm just like, man, those bar barrel catches on bandits at the river are a lot harder than pros make them look.
Yes, I'll agree with that one. I'll noob with you. So battle healer left-hand lane. Cannon Cart bar barrel trying to hold fast on the right-hand side.
Yeah, trying to get something to tank for that Cannon Cart, but it does not cross the river. Great job there from Morton to demand Elixir in the right-hand lane from Yuya. And he's been doing a great job catching these miners as well.
Might have to fireball these wall breakers. Decides not to. Not as worried about that side.
Yeah, lets him go. Cannon Cart stays 100% healthy, and this might be a moment for Morton to put up pressure. There you go. Ram Rider finally comes out.
Ram Rider comes out, but the pressure seems like it's on the right-hand side. Man. Bandit dash, Baby Dragon on, and Ram Rider still connects.
What a great zap there to retarget, but the Baby Dragon needs to get picked up. There's some bats. Morton making this a good one.
Trying to hold on the left-hand side. Bandit going to get away. Potentially no. Battle healer. She will not die. She will not die. She never dies.
That was the moment right there, man. Those wall breakers felt a little too aggressive. I think Yuya got ahead of himself.
Oh, Bandit dashes left-hand side. Cannon Cart working on the Musketeer.
Bandit on the tower, just need the fireball. Fireball's going to come in. Morton doing what he does. This man, I've seen him do it. We saw him do it at Worlds. You'll see him do it on his German channel. You'll see him do it on his English channel. This guy comes back from being down so regularly. I'm speechless, man.
Whoever it was in the chat who was saying, come on, I think someone in the chat said, best player right now is Ruben. Come on, guys. Well, Exhibit A. What did Morton just do right now? Ruben might be one of the top-tier rookies in the game and certainly a high-level competitive player, but Morton has the S factor. It has the K factor as well.
Yeah. The thing about Morton is just that, like, he recognizes these small pockets to turn the tide, right? He was down for so long. His cycle was behind, but there was just these really, really small moments where he could put a battle healer in front of a Cannon Cart or get that miner picked up or get an E-Wiz right on top of a Baby Dragon and preserve the push. These small little interactions change that I guess, deficit. And then all of a sudden you find yourself playing from behind in a game that you've been winning for 2 or 3 minutes.
It's so insane. And he was doing that for so long. Morton Air Surfer for the entire first set. Can Air Surfer find the magic here? Hog Rider into the Goblin Hut, and look at that. Battle Healer out again one more time for Morton.
Mm-hmm.
So is Morton just running it back here, potentially? So you see Hog Rider and Firecracker together, and part of you goes, hey, that Firecracker so easily activates King Tower. But then you look at the rest of Air Surfer's deck, and so many ways to put something in front of the Firecracker so that you don't have time to make an easy King Tower activation.
Yeah, it's a really good point. Nice bar barrel there, turn it around. And that log actually demands a second card to come down. It's just a really, really small interaction that if you don't know, now you do. And I learned something today, Rich.
Learn something new every day, Andrew. That's the important thing to do in these trying times. Here we go. Firecracker left-hand lane. Goblin
does get the...
There you go. It does get the King Tower activation.
And Firecracker, a really nice counter to the Goblin Hut.
And that was a really nice NATO from Morton, kind of just getting the Firecracker some more room, keeping the Hog Rider off tower. Now, I want to keep an eye on this one, folks. If you're someone who struggles with using the NATO as the sole counter to a Hog Rider once King Tower is activated, watch where Morton, if he does do it, he'll wait till the Hog Rider is very close to the Princess Tower. Some people do that a little bit too early and the Hog escapes and still gets one shot on Princess Tower. So if we do see it, you'll see the Morton kind of let that Hog Rider go, swing close to the Princess Tower, and then slide back into the middle with that tornado pull.
Yeah. Yeah, and a really, another masterful interaction on Morton's end was that Battle Healer being placed high and just one tile to the left, so it tanked for the Giant Skeleton and still aggroed the Mini P.E.K.K.A. in the opposite lane. So just perfect interactions from a man that you expect nothing less from.
And there you go, just as I was talking about, and Morton does it perfectly. If you want to do that just a half second later or a split second later than you think you should, and Morton there completely avoids the damage on the right-hand side. Here we go, entering into sudden death overtime. Morton currently ahead on Air Surfer, and yes, folks, there you see it. It is the high stinky cheese deck.
What time are you at right now?
I'll tell you when we hit 40, let's see, 48, 47,
okay,
46.
Good.
Cool, great. We're still on.
Great Goblin Hut there to pick up. Didn't really have any other options to grab that Mini P.E.K.K.A. Battle Healer, man, so OP.
But this Ewa is going to hold everything right there into that Giant Skeleton Bomb, and here we go. Air Surf starting to put the pressure on.
Yeah, that is a lot of dual lane pressure.
And Morton really has nothing he can do about that Giant Skeleton on the left-hand side.
Yeah, the NATO was used on the right, so now Morton finds himself, this is going to be down.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Air Surfer, kaboom, 65 HP, just takes a log or an EQ. One of those has to be available here in half second.
You'd think so.
Morton trying to put pressure on, trying to steal this thing.
There's
Earthquake
the
comes in.
EQ.
There's one. There's two.
Wow.
Air Surfer stops it.
So very close there. Really well played by Air Surfer, and that's the thing about this Team Purple squad, man. And we've talked about it for season and season with Razor and Air Surfer. These are two guys that can literally do anything to any player in any league. So I'm very curious to see how they do, in another season of CRL.
Yeah, it's especially now, and it's not to denigrate Air Surfer as a player in terms of his live play, but it's been pretty well talked about that Air Surfer gets a little more nervous in front of camera than at home, and being able to play online for this no-tilt league, and then you add in that's what CRL West is going to be online as well. It's going to be, I think that gives a little, what percentage buff does that give Air Surfer? Because we've seen what he does when he's playing from home.
I kind of... It's tough, right? Because the whole thing is live competition, the biggest, most important league in the world. But obviously, with the situation that we're in right now, it's not Supercell. It's just the situation. So this could be one of the best moments in Air Surfer's, or maybe the best moment in his entire career. What if he just kills it all spring, all online? Let's hope by the fall we're back to normal. Life is back to good, and we're all in studio once again. But now he has this confidence that doing something that he didn't do ever in a regular season, right? He's just sheer dominant player from opening week to closing week. I think he could really turn around this young man's confidence.
Yeah, and of course, that whole team would love it if Air Surfer continues to play like the Air Surfer that everyone knows and sees playing online. And of course, got one big win here against Morton and takes the first set for Team Purple. SK Gaming back to the wall, but take a look at this lineup they have for our second King of the Hill set. OP Sam, Javi Catorze, and Morton up for SK Gaming.
I gotta admit, I just got a little, very excited to see Javi play. It's been a long time.
One of the most exciting players, one of those big move players. How many highlight reel plays has Javi put up over time? So who knows, though? The first thing that for to see Javi, Sam has to lose, and there's no guarantee of that yet.
Yeah, agreed.
And we'll see Air Surfer up first, coming off that big-time win, and then Wings and Razor if necessary. So looking like it might be Razor or OP Sam going to that same Ram Rider deck that we just saw his teammate use a minute ago.
Was it Wings on Twitter recently that made a post about not being able to be in CRL, or was that Skills?
It was Skills. It was
It
Skills.
was Skills. Yeah, that's a bummer.
Talented player.
Yeah, very, very talented, and I'm really excited to see Wings on a new squad. He's always kind of wowed us with his King of the Hill play. I'm hoping that with maybe a different squad around him, or maybe even different coaching, or maybe just a new energy, new season, we could see him being a better head-to-head player as well, not just in King of the Hill.
We'll see. Well, I mean, we'll see if we get to him in this King of the Hill set. He's 0-3 so far in the no-tilt campaign. Had some tough matchups. We'll see if this entire purple squad and Dip can find him some good ones if we get there.
And SK just loving the, what were you calling it? The high stinky cheese?
Well, that's when we're talking about that nasty
E-Golem deck?
The E-Golem Electro Dragon Battle Healer combination.
Oh, the double dragon. I thought you were just referring to anything with the Elixir Golem in it.
I mean, I think Elixir Golem in general is the high stinky cheese, that's for sure. But I think that Sam is running that Ram Rider deck here. That's what I'm gathering, the Ram Rider Cannon Cart deck. And it's the other deck that Battle Healer's popping in with. Air Surfer currently moves to 9-6 on the season so far. Sam currently at 8-3, a 72% win rate for the OP one.
That's kind of what we expected out of Sam. I mean, you remember when he first joined CRL, it was just like his crazy decks and his head-to-head play was astounding. Really nice bar barrel there. Just
Cannon Cart not able to break through, and we are seeing Cannon Cart typically run with some sort of healer involved, whether it's Heal Spirit or Battle Healer. That ability to give the Cannon Cart just a little bit of extra wheels so that you think you got it down and then boom, it connects to tower is so valuable.
Yeah, and getting that little tank in front of it, the Battle Healer that also heals it, is just like, it's such a beautiful little synergy between two cards. Albeit one of the cards I'm not a big fan of, but you know.
Goblin Hut down one more time for Air Surfer. Final minute, 30 seconds. So far, it's been all Air Surfer, hasn't been touched.
Yeah, both these guys are just kind of hanging out right now, whereas, you know, you look at kind of, it feels like they're in a bit of a stalemate or just kind of running into each other, or just meeting in the middle, but Air Surfer putting a lot more damage on tower than Sam at the moment. Charlie
asking in the chat, who's better at Clash, Rich or Andrew? I'll happily answer that one. Andrew's better at Clash and better at movie trivia. I'm better at disc golf and jiu-jitsu. He's better at taekwondo.
And he's better at telling jokes.
That's true, but you have better hair.
Not anymore, man. You definitely have better hair than me now. Your wife, secret. I got to figure out the secret because my hair is getting real long.
Here we go. Final minute of gameplay. Triple Elixir flowing. Air Surfer connects left-hand side with the Dark Prince. Things looking dire right now for Sam. So hard to break through against the Dark Prince and the Goblin Hut together.
Yeah, he just has to completely ignore this Baby Dragon plus Spear Goblin on his right-hand tower to try to create any sort of push in the left-hand lane. But, I mean, he gets a Ram Rider connection, but it still isn't going to be enough at this point.
6-11 right-hand side for Sam. Air Surfer just clogging up that left-hand lane, but now Sam deciding to go right-hand side.
He's just going to eat that entire Musketeer on the left-hand lane. And with only 10 seconds left, that is not a good position for Sam to be in.
It's going to be 2 in a row for Air Surfer coming from last set into this one. Great performance. And now with a little momentum behind him. Of course,
yeah, and this is what we're talking about, right? This is the Air Surfer we know online, and now he's getting a little bit of confidence. He's just rolling through.
Beautiful, beautiful play. Air Surfer, yeah, you talk about it. I mean, he had a great King of the Hill sweep for Team USA and No Tilt Worlds. And it's, again, when he starts feeling the mojo, he can get it done. Here we go. Stats courtesy of Stats Royale. If you want to know what your next chest is going to be, will it be an epic chest? Will it be a rare chest? Will it be a silver chest? Well, Stats Royale will tell you. Go ahead to statsroyale.com, check out your profile, and they'll give you that full run of chest work. Not to mention some great guides with your friend Clash with Ash, both links to his video guides and written versions if you're a visual learner like me and you want to see written instructions as well, how to play a certain deck. All that available on statsroyale.com. We appreciate all their support, giving these stats support. And, of course, if you're trying to find out, take a look at at all these stats, when we're not streaming, when we're not showing this, you can go to Stats Royale, and they have all the win rates, they have the standings, schedule, everything is there for this no-tilt special edition.
Yeah, a lot of really, really cool improvements from Stats Royale over the last, I'll say, year, because, you know, we've been following them so closely for so long, but over the last year, it feels like they've done some really, really crazy stuff.
Here we go, Skelly Barrel in left-hand lane. Firecracker not timed quite right, so Air Surfer has to pull down the guards to work on that as well.
And that is the poison of the day right there. Cleans up the guards, Cracker, Princess Tower, and of course, the Goblin Hut. Firecracker is still, I still love it. I still love it. I want to see a ton of it in CRL this year to see. I don't know, because I know so many pros dislike its its mechanics.
Yeah, I've seen a lot, you know, just having to say, like, I think I've seen the phrase, like, I have to relearn everything I know about Clash Royale.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's fun.
Javi just keeping the pressure up with this deck, and you know that Gob Hut's going to come down. Javi can just kind of chill for a minute, see what happens here, and doesn't even need to use his poison.
Javi Couture's a lifetime win rate in King of the Hill for CRL, 68% with 5 sweeps, which I don't know if that's the max, the most sweeps anybody has, but it's certainly way up there. And
yeah.
Boasted the top win rate in head-to-head play in the fall season at 72%.
So here we go, Royal Giant, aggressive right-hand lane, and Javi going to have to do a lot of spam to clean it up. So great recognition there from Air Surfer, kind of looking at Javi's deck, seeing his highest DPS cards, and then going like, all right, look, Dark Goblin's out of cycle. The only thing he can do to take down this Royal Giant is using 5 Elixir on easily spellable cards.
Miner to the back. Dark Goblin picks up the guards on the front end, or draws them out on the front end. That Miner can get that left-hand tower down with an easy spell range, not quite within Snowball, so a poison or some more direct damage will be needed. Final 40 seconds. Mega Knight working on that Royal Giant right-hand side, and the Spear Goblin's taking on the left-hand side. Things looking good for Javi here in the final 30.
Yep. See, pre-cycle that Dark Goblin. Spear Goblin's in the center so that you cannot log all of it off the map, and Air Surfer does sneak by with that tower.
Yeah, that was so tough, and you saw the smart move Javi went. He went Skeleton Barrel high to the corner of the outside so that the Firecracker wouldn't kill the bats that were working on that Royal Giant, but still not enough. The real heavy-hitting DPS is a little bit low, so he needs all these Swarm Troops to stay alive long enough to kill it.
And what's interesting about where the Goblin Hut was placed, and you saw kind of how Javi did it, was he was not able to drop anything in the pocket until his Dark Goblin had already worked its way up the left-hand side, because those Spear Goblins spawning down the left make it so you cannot drop anything in the pocket.
RG and EQ getting a lot of damage on the left-hand side, 680, and Poison has to come out.
That's a lot of damage. Nope, that's not going to do it. Firecracker. I was going to say, if we get to a 2-tower game, Javi could be in a lot of trouble, and Air Surfer played that perfectly. As soon as that first tower fell down, just barely fell, Javi was in a world of hurt.
There you go. Air Surfer currently 3 in a row. A 4 in a row win would get this whole game done courtesy of Air Surfer, so he needs to get one more rematch here with Morton coming up in just a moment. Look at the stats view from Stats Royale, and yeah, that Royal Giant. We haven't seen a ton of Royal Giant. We haven't seen a ton of Royal Giant be successful here in this tournament, but that worked out very, very well for Air Surfer.
It was a really nice matchup, honestly, in the sense of being able to kind of distract the Skeleton Barrel. You have the log to help clean up. You also have the Earthquake to help clean up. And then, you know, that Royal Giant at the river, knowing that his opponent doesn't have any super high single target DPS that isn't just loggable. Royal Giant bats the river, and all of a sudden the game is in Air Surfer's favor.
Here we go. Mark Littlewood with the question over on YouTube chat. What difference goes needed for King of the Hill compared to 1v1? I'd say the number one thing probably is nerves. You have to have iron nerves to play King of the Hill.
Yeah, you have to have ice in your veins, and honestly, if you're able to really, truly know what your opponent likes to do in those situations, if you have a favorable matchup and it's King of the Hill, I mean, that's one of the best things you can do for your squad.
Over on Mad Cat, Savage Plays asks who has the most sweeps. Any idea? That 5 from Javi's pretty close. I'm getting stats ready for the next CRL season, and hopefully I'll have that information for you once we kick off that.
Nice heal spirit there to stop the charge of the Dark Prince and keep Morton's tower nice and healthy. And Air Surfer has his king activated, but with a bomb drop on his princess.
And Air Surfer goes Golem, knows that the punish isn't in cycle right now, so you know Golem first play or Golem single elixir is often very dangerous, but knowing that he's not going to get punished with that lumberjack balloon in the other direction, might as well go for it.
Yeah, and if I'm Morton, I'm doing exactly what he's doing right here, which is piling things up as soon as possible because that's poison was 2 cards away. So you see there, gets a ton of DPS on the Golem, very little damage on his tower.
And the heal spirit helps keep that up there a little bit as well, so nicely put together defensively by Morton.
Yeah, that was basically about as perfect as it can get. Because he's still got the elixir advantage, he got to cycle all the way back around. His punish now is in cycle. We'll see if he decides to pull it out one more time before double elixir.
Yeah, Goblin Hut Tornado going to make things real annoying. And Mega Minion, the last card.
Yep. Mega Minion played pretty perfectly. Going to get 1 drop.
Solid log there from Morton. Doesn't get the last Spear Goblin, but does take care of business. And here we go into double elixir time. And just like that, you see Golem behind King Tower, Lumberjack Balloon, and that balloon nowhere near that Goblin Hut.
Yeah, the NATO's going to come in most likely. No, he's going to just sacrifice. Oh, there it is. I was going to say, I'm shocked if he's going to sacrifice the tower this early.
Well, was fairly low on elixir, so I guess Wade didn't try to, like, pop it out early and prevented the second hit.
And I love that heal spirit, man. It keeps his musketeer healthy enough to a lot of DPS on all those support troops. Really, really nice heal spirit there from Morton.
This is going to be a tight one. Keep in mind, folks, that Morton does not have any big spell to create direct damage, can play the log, and he might be running Snowball. Probably is running Snowball as that last card. There it is, trying to make some room.
Ooh, this is a really interesting position to be in, man, because, you know, Air Surfer has so many responses to the balloon, but he cannot get his Golem down. Like, oh, he did it. Oh, my God. All right, never mind. He's going to just drop it right there at the river.
Going wild with it. Does Air Surfer decide to maybe poison here? He does poison. And that Golem doesn't explode on tower. This is huge.
There's the Ice Golem. I was like, the only way he can get a Golem down is when the balloon's out of cycle, which would have had to been right there. Really, really ballsy move from Air Surfer to get him almost in the lead.
Lumberjack Balloon, left-hand lane, Musketeer high.
And this is where he's got to save that tornado to stop any sort of death damage.
Oh, that's going to be death damage on tower.
Yeah.
Poison in left-hand side, though. 142 left-hand side for Air Surfer. Going to be within poison cycle range on the left-hand side here for Morton. Morton trying to cycle fast. That's not loggable. Trying to hold on best he can and beat out a poison. Log in.
The log down, needs
Snowball.
2 more. There it is. Wow.
Oh, boy.
Some quick math for you at home. That was so well played there at the end. And again, just Morton doing exactly what you expect Morton to do.
So Air Surfer had a shot at the 4 in a row and the big-time clutch for Team Purple, but Morton once again prevents it from happening. And here's the question. Morton had 1 shot at a reverse sweep, couldn't get it done. Here we go, shot number 2.
161 HP on the tower. Poison definitely got back around, but no elixir in hand and not enough time for Air Surfer. Very, very well played by Morton. He's just the best, man. He's just the best right now.
Yeah,
I just want to watch him and Surgical Goblin play each other all day, every day.
Question from Pot of the Turtle. Why didn't Air Surfer tornado to avoid death damage? Didn't he have it in cycle? You know, I'm not actually sure where that tornado was in cycle.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I was wondering why he didn't tornado. I was expecting it to come out. I'm wondering if he thought that he was going to be able to take the win and take the death damage.
Interesting question.
So maybe Morton just going with balloon cycle again.
Certainly some of those pieces so far. And here comes Wings, currently 0-3 on the season. Has not gotten on the win column yet. We'll see if he can do it here against Morton and close things out for Team Purple.
And there it is, aggressive Lumberjack, Loon, opposite lane, Heal Spirit in behind.
And would have loved to see that Ice Whiz go down. Unfortunately, doesn't for Morton. Wings.
Wow, though, that balloon stayed alive just a little bit longer than maybe Wings anticipated. A great bit of damage there on the right-hand side.
So Graveyard most likely here for Wings.
Yeah, and if you're Wings, you just hang out. All you need to do is hang out for the entirety of single elixir, and you've got so many responses. He's got the Baby Dragon, he's got the Ice Whiz, he's got the Bomb Tower, and you're sure he has the Tornado. So just got to deal with this onslaught that's going to happen in single elixir.
Lumberjack goes down again. Log trying to get through on that Bomb Tower. At this point, Morton's happy with death damage at this stage. Going to keep on trying to pile that up on the right-hand side. 1571 as we pass through the first half of regulation.
So the hardest thing for Morton here is going to be once single elixir hits, or excuse me, double elixir hits, he's going to have to spread his troops out enough so that his musketeer stays alive and helps clean up his skeletons while the bats also do, because I'm sure Wings has a poison. And even if he doesn't, the tornado takes the bats out of play.
And just aggressive Lumberjack Balloon one more time. Just trying to stay ahead as much as he can. Knows he's going to have to play some defense on Graveyard. And there you go. NATO this time avoids the death damage, and we might see Wings pull the first Graveyard here.
Goes poison instead.
And forces out the response on the left side, does Morton, and then goes Lumberjack Balloon. Heal Spirit.
Yeah, and that's a really cool interaction, timing interaction for you guys to learn at home if you don't know it, the way that you watch Morton play his Ice Golem and his bats so that they cross the river at the exact same time, Ice Golem tanking for the bats. I mean, that's 4 elixir of a push. That is very, very high in DPS.
Here we go, sudden death. Morton in the lead, but in the lead against Graveyard. In the lead against a deck that's going to be very difficult to break through against. It's been death damage so far.
Yeah, and that death damage has obviously put him in a very strong lead, but we all know how one big Graveyard can be devastating. Musketeer on tower.
Wow, the raged up Musketeer taking that down to 623.
Other side of that coin, Rich, is we've seen many, many times at CRL, a person playing Graveyard not ever able to get it down, and maybe only getting it down once in overtime, and they still lose the game. So Morton doing a very good job of keeping up the pressure.
This might be the chance for Wings. There you go. The Baby Dragon does survive. Big time tank crossing the bridge. Poison and Baby Dragon working on that Musketeer. And those skeletons stacking up a little bit and getting things pretty close here. Down to 13-15.
Lumberjack on the Ice Whiz, but...
And that's a nicely timed Heal Spirit.
Yeah, very nicely timed Heal Spirit, but a even better timed Tornado there from Wings. And look at Morton looking into his opponent's mind, knowing that that Baby Dragon was going to bring out the Graveyard and a great Ice Golem Kite.
I'm not going to worry about that Baby Dragon right-hand side. Instead, just going Balloon on its own here, forcing the pressure. This Balloon gets raged up and pulls the Tornado out. And here we go.
Wow, look at that. Another Balloon down. I wonder if Morton's going to try to win this off of Log Chip at this point, dude.
Well, it gets dangerous because he wants to use that Log on defense for the Graveyards, too.
So Log comes down, maybe almost a little early. Bats in the back. Balloon going on through in the right-hand lane. Oh, my gosh. That's going to... Oh, that's it. Oh.
And there you have it. Undefeated SK Gaming, undefeated no more. Wings gets his first win of the tournament and gets it at the most important time. Wow, Morton played that about as well as you can play that matchup. Super crazy difficult, but in the end, shout out to whoever's doing the analysis for Team Purple, most likely Dip. And Wings getting a good matchup there, eking things out at the end. And a very, very important win.
Exactly what we were talking about, man. He just held on in single elixir, took a lot of damage as it came, but then once he got into double elixir time, there was no way for Morton to break through. very, very well played by Wings, and a great matchup by, as you said, whoever is doing their analysis.
And now we only have one more undefeated team. Team Queso is the only team yet to take a loss in this tournament. We'll see them, of course, in a little bit. But right now, Team Purple with a big time win. You know, Andrew, we saw Air Surfer play really, really well. We saw Wings step up in that moment. You know, what are your takeaways looking at this squad? Air Surfer, Wings, Razzer, Trainer Dippets, and, of course, Ender and Yoya as the last two players.
You know, I don't know a lot about the last two, and I'm excited to see more of them. Ender was my that was my gamer tag for a very, very long time, about 10 years. But I loved what I saw out of these guys that I'm very familiar with. You know, we talked a lot about what this online format will do for CRL and for competition in general. And, you know, I think a lot of the time people are focusing on the negative because we're so used to having these great live matches, and we're so used to having 2v2 people playing right next to each other. But again, one of the things that is really exciting about this is guys that are beasts online that now are playing back in their comfort zone to maybe build that confidence and that morale that they need for the fall split. And you saw it today out of Air Surfer and Razzer just doing a great job. More specifically, Air Surfer doing what we expect from him online.
So looking at the standings right now, Team Queso currently in sole possession of first, the only undefeated team at the moment, but can they remain undefeated when we see them play later today? SK Gaming falling down to second place, and Team Purple jumping up into the top 5. Remember, top 6 will end up qualifying for the playoffs when we come around to that side of it. So we will see if Team Purple can stay in that top 6. Of course, there are only 2 matches through the day, 3 more matches left to be played today. Tribe Gaming will be playing today. Team Liquid will be playing today. Blast Off, Team Galaxy, a lot of big-time players will be showing up, and we'll see how they continue to fare. Of course, have not seen as many sweeps. We'll see if that's coming up next. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Pain Gaming against Tribe, back in 5. And here we go. We are back. Let me go ahead and throw myself in. Hype. We are back, and if you don't know who that is on voice, guess what? There's a graphic on the bottom corner of the screen there. Andrew Guy, my partner from CRL, joining me from a distance. Not sitting next to me. I can't make hand signals. We can't give funny faces. No non-verbal. It's all verbal communication here. But Andrew Guy joining me on voice, and very excited to have him here. And coming up next, Andrew, Tribe Gaming currently 0-3. Of course, they did face Liquid and SK. And who was the other team they faced? Liquid, SK, and I want to say it was Queso for their first 3. So really tough first 3 matches for them. Looking for their first win here against the Brazilians from Pain Gaming.
Yeah, it looks like people in the chat, though, are looking for that Tribe win today. Looks like they're looking for that very first W from them. Also, unrelated, when you introduced me, I pointed at my camera. So I'll let you know that I still am losing my mind just a little bit. Yeah, definitely miss sitting next to you, man, but really glad to be doing this with you, of course. And I love what No Tilt has done here in this offseason. I've been waiting for CRL West, but Team Tribe, or Tribe Gaming, I should say, I don't know, 0-3, that's rough, but if those are their first 3 squads they played against, you really can't fault them for it, right?
Yeah, they definitely had a tough first 3 outings, and a lot of people will be losing against those teams this season, so you really, as you said, can't fault them for it too much, but definitely not the start anyone expected out of Tribe Gaming.
Yeah.
And
oh, sorry, go ahead.
And Pain Gaming at 1-2, so looking to get themselves back in the win column. Here we go. There's our Pain roster. Surge TS back in black with Pain after a short jaunt to Team Liquid. Henan Kava has been with Pain his whole run. Luke Dubs and Coca RX running out that team, coached by Alan. And Pain Gaming representing Brazil. And on the other side, Tribe's powerhouse roster, helmed by Sean Kim. You have Jupiter King and TNT over from South Korea. Buffmac, the UK player, the Frenchman Azealis, and the American Bag, the special edition for the special edition. Bag running out that roster.
Wow, that's what he looks like, huh? I've been wanting to know for so long. I've just been seeing images of like a little like cartoon character with like a bag head over it. So I'm excited to see both these squads play. What's interesting about both of them is with Pain Gaming, I don't really know a lot about Coca, but I'm really curious to see if Luke Dubs is going to be their powerhouse 1v1 head-to-head star like he was when he first came in to the league. I honestly, and I know it's so early, but this roster from Pain Gaming, I'm feeling like it needs to have a lot of improvements from what we saw out of them last season. Well, in these players.
Yeah. Well, Surge TS in particular is a very talented head-to-head player, has won a lot in tournaments on his own, hasn't been translating well to team play, and of course, we kind of forget how good Pain Gaming was at the beginning of that CRL West spring season. They were really killing it, and then Surge and Henan went on a big 2v2 losing streak, and the whole team kind of just fell apart at the seams there, so we'll see if they can keep it together in this new 2020 team.
Were they 6-1 or something like that, or 5-1, and then it just went south?
Oh yeah, they were. I mean, they were doing. They seemed like they were guaranteed for a high seed in playoffs. Mega Knight doesn't go to the bomb tower. Big leap on that right-hand side, and bad start for Luke Dubs. Great one for Bag, who very happy to see him not running Elixir Golem. Maybe he's been getting a little bit of a flack for it, instead going minor MK wall breakers.
Yeah, and even that Ice Wiz was a bit misplayed from Luke Dubs, just putting it right next to the bomb tower. It ends up taking the damage from the wall breakers as well. So Bag, as you said, off to a very, very nice start. And yeah, if he's been running only Elixir Golem, I'm very happy to see him running something else.
Giant Skeleton Hog Rider for Luke Dubs. Bag, of course, is running sort of an out meta, a former meta deck. And it's, I gotta say that even though, every meta has its quirks, but I'm actually feeling pretty nice about the quantity of wall breakers we're seeing. It was minor wall breakers all day, every day, and now it seems like we see it occasionally, which is nice.
Yeah, it was literally just minor wall breakers plus Magic Archer everywhere you went, and it made the meta very, very stale for a little while. So I'm definitely happy to see less of them, and it also makes, I don't know, it just makes me enjoy wall breakers more as a card, because I actually do really like them mechanically. It was just I got tired of them.
Oh, big. Speaking of Magic Archer, huge announcement from Supercell Seth on Twitter today that They're going to be doing something about the Magic Archer. Going to be undoing the range nerf and going to a different nerf. So we'll see what happens. A lot of people suggested the idea of reduced king tower or reduced tower damage for the Magic Archer.
That's interesting. It's just one of the most difficult cards in the game to balance. They've tried to do it, what, like 5 times now? They changed the range, they changed how quickly the arrows fly, they changed so much about it, the damage. It's just such a powerful card when it is even remotely, I guess, OP.
Honestly, I think that the tower damage reduction would be probably the best solution, so we'll see if that's what they go with.
I like that a lot, honestly. I think that's really not a bad idea.
Miner into the back. Goblins do not pick it up, so a few more swings of that shovel. Bag has that right-hand tower down to 496. Log will add a few more. 412 right-hand side as we are in sudden death overtime. Luke Dubs needs to do a lot here.
It's really tough for Luke Dubs, right? Because he needs to have that giant skeleton deal with the oncoming. He needs it as a tank, essentially. But then on the back end, the goblins, he can never pre-goblin to pick up that miner, because if he pre-goblins, then you see it right there. The log comes down in conjunction. So he has to drop his goblins down late, which means the miner is always going to connect.
And Luke Dubs gets some good damage there at the end, but Bag able to capitalize, get it done. And that's a big-time win to kick things off for Bag, who's been struggling a bit here in this event. Gets his first win on the big stage, 1-1 on the season thus far here at No Tilt League Special Edition. Luke Dubs falling in that one, and his record going down now to 2-6 so far in head-to-head play.
When you look at Pain, who is your guy for them? Is it Surge? Is he the one that's going to bring home like their head-to-head and King of the Hill victories? Because we know it's not Hen and Kava. We know he's a better 2v2 player. We've seen him do great things in head-to-head play, but like he's not the same thing as having like a lights-out guy like, let's say, someone like Buffmac, right? So who's their guy?
I think their guy is Surge TS, and if you look at what he's done lifetime career-wise, and especially looking at the things he's done in those Revel tournaments, right? Whether it's, I think it was Moreno Cup that he won. He's placed high in a few of those, not just the Moreno Cup. You know, I'm going to go ahead and bring that stuff up right now. Yeah, Game History Cup number 6, Cabrera Cup number 1, Moreno Cup 5, number 8. So you see what he's done when he's playing in those head-to-head tournaments against the best of the best, and he's just good. He's just really, really, really good. The question's going to be, what do they do for, assuming 2v2 is in CRL West, what do they do in 2v2? But yeah, Surge TS is their main go-to guy, in my opinion, when you need a head-to-head victory.
Then I think what you probably do is you just do Hennen and Luke Dubs probably in 2v2, and you let them bring things in King of the Hill as well. If you think Surge is their go-to guy, I'm very curious to see how he fares against the other superstars out there.
So looking like it's going to be Hennen Kava going to Hoggy Q. And Bag taking his time in this one. I had Ash talking about this the other day. Bag is not pleased with the way this picture made his neck look, and he even posted a picture on Twitter to go up against it, being like, "Hey, my neck is not actually that long, guys. It's a weird picture."
This is what my neck actually looks like.
NATO does not prevent the Hog Rider swing. 1655 right-hand side, 10 HP separating these two as we get closer to double elixir.
Yeah, and the idea of Bag in CRL is really exciting. He's a name that's been in the community for a really long time, and he's too young for a while, and then obviously other things I'm sure come into play, but what has never really been up for question is he's always been very, very good. I mean, I remember the very first time I ever saw him on CWA's channel a while ago, must have been over a year ago now. I was like, who is this kid? Like, who is this guy? I don't even know him. And then ever since then, I've heard so much about Bag and seen him so many times in so many places. The fact that he's so young, it's exciting for a CRL team to be kind of able to shape a young superstar.
Yeah, we'll see if they decide to keep him around as they move into that Western season in May. You know, a lot of teams expanding their roster for No Tilt.
Wow.
Oh, boy. Yeah, Henenkava did not create enough of a gap between himself and Bag during single elixir, and you see Golem comes out in double, and that's going to be a GG well played. Bag 2 up, 2 down to kick off today.
Yeah, I mean, the Goblin Hut, the NATO, the single target damage from the Mega Minion make it very, very difficult there, and then if a tower is ever low enough, Bag can always just Golem into it, so really well played there by Bag. 2 up, 2 down, as you said.
And coming up next, Surge TS, so we'll see if he does have the fire we're talking about. Definitely capable of getting big wins in big moments, but right now, Bag, get a big confidence booster. Now 2-1 here in No Tilt Special Edition. And you don't see a ton of Golem, but it's been effective when it's come out.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, and I love that he went Golem after the first deck, being such quick cycle. Wall Breakers Miner was really the way that he won that first game. And in this, it was just all about control. And then Baby Dragon's doing a lot of damage on a tower.
Surge TS Bag, game number 3. Has not been much in the way of sweeps. I don't know if we had a King of the Hill sweep today. I'm trying to remember now. It all blurs together.
Not in the ones that I've seen, but I've only been here for just the one prior match.
I'm trying to remember if there was a sweep in the first match, but I don't remember. It was all sweeps all day, the first 3 days of match play, but so far has been a lot more back and forth fighting in these matches today. But Bag has a chance of doing it.
Looks like Bag might be running Graveyard. Surge looking like he might be going, what do you think, Hog again?
Could be, but they also could be Graveyard as well. This is that.
Yeah.
Now that the Goblin Hut is so powerful. Nope, going Hog. There you go.
There it is. Giant Skeleton taking for that Hog. King Tower activation, but the Giant Skeleton will get to tower, so a really, really nice play there from Surge, and he does throw out a little bit of BM there. Bad decision-making by Bag.
Yeah, you got to wonder if pulling the NATO, using the NATO to pull it all back and maybe get around to another card, but he was so low on Elixir.
Yeah, and I think maybe he was probably in the same boat as you, Rich, thinking that he could be going up against a Graveyard because he dropped his Knight right at the river to stop the Giant Skeleton as opposed to fighting on his side of the map, which in turn made it so that he had to Tornado the Hog Rider, but not the Giant Skeleton, the King.
Well, you see first 3 cards. You see Icewiz, you see Giant Skeleton, you see Baby Dragon, and as I was going to say, that Splash Yard variation with Giant Skeleton has made a resurgence now that Goblin Hut provides so much support, and Bag might have been thinking that same thing.
And a really nice, and a really nice Giant Skeleton there from Bag to push that Knight back, or excuse me, from Surge to push Bag's Knight back just a hair. Princess Tower retargets.
But here we go, Bag right back in this one.
Mm-hmm.
And you see he has to go a little early with that Hog, but the slowdown from the Icewiz able to keep him getting that shot. 1130 right-hand side, but Baby Dragon going off on the left-hand side. So now Bag in trouble. Damage on both lanes. Surge TS playing well and getting his bomb tower down early.
I was like, he'll get there. He'll get there.
Well, you should have seen yesterday where I got so flustered for a moment just because I was trying to do too many things at once. And there was definitely already a tower down. And then I think it was Surgical Goblin played a Goblin Hut there. And like for a moment, I thought that was the tower again. Yeah, that was fun.
Hey, at least you didn't say Hog Army, right?
Here we go, EQ right-hand side. Hog Rider trying to slide on through. Will it get a shot? No. Tornado pulls all the way back, 947. And Giant Skeleton high. Healthy Icewiz behind. And this time, Knight pulling on the inside.
Out of cycle. Got to get that Hog Rider down. I think Bag needs to play one more before NATO is back in cycle. So there's the Goblin Hut.
That EQ doing some work here, but look at that. That's a nice NATO all the way to the cross side.
I'm wondering if there's a way for Surge to fake out Bag and go opposite lane.
It's certainly possible, setting up the defense on that left-hand side, and could decide to throw a Hog behind this. That's pretty healthy over there. Giant Skeleton, Baby Dragon. No, decides to go Hog into the same lane he's been playing.
But I was gonna say, but the Goblin Hut misses. But of course, Tornado is back in cycle.
Ice was doing enough to slow it down. 581, triple elixir. This is gonna be where Bag can steal it here in triple.
There he goes, double Baby Dragon on the right-hand side. Those Goblins gonna be great cleanup though for those Skellies. Not enough elixir for the poison.
Here we go, final minute, triple elixir. Surge TS. Looking to stop Bag from getting this one done.
Wow.
Here he is, just trying to save a little bit of elixir, and he does. 398 right-hand side, but Surge TS sets the line high, not letting any tanks get across. So now Bag going left-hand lane with the quick push.
Yeah.
Graveyard poison in, Barb Barrel. Going to get a lot of damage here.
Yeah, Barb on the tower. Baby Dragon to try to come on through. Has to use defensive tornado so he doesn't get splash damage on his tower. They both have to defensive NATO, whereas both of them want to do offensive NATO to get that splash damage.
Here you go, cycled EQ from Surge TS right-hand side. Graveyard and Poison in left-hand lane from Bag. Hog Rider in on the right-hand side for Surge TS. NATO trying to hold everything off. Can it stop the Hog from hitting? Needs to stop the Hog from hitting. Can't do it. Surge TS keeps Bag from getting the 3-0 sweep, and now sets up his squad for a chance to stay in this first set. Going to be a difficult task, but very, very well played.
Surge TS did such a great job with his giant skeletons. You know, he kept selling out, right, on his offensive pushes, and he really wasn't making much progress. Maybe he'd get a hit there or here and there, but it was really about the earthquakes. But getting that giant skeleton down right at the river to stop Bag's massive counter pushes every single time, that was his key to victory.
And there you go, stats courtesy of Stats Royale. And as you can talk about it, Andrew giving a good analysis there on how Surge was able to hold on and get this thing done. Let's go to game number 4. TNT, formerly of OGN Entis, now mixing in. And one of the strangest questions I've ever seen on the YouTube chat, Soda Lemon, asking, do you think we need more benevolent emotes?
Well, that's an interesting question.
It's an interesting way to phrase it, too. Benevolent emotes.
Always love a good use of benevolent.
Here we go, Sparky right-hand lane. Giant skeleton to meet.
I mean, I think so. We get enough of like the laughing, mocking emotes. Why not some love?
I just want to know, I mean, I guess benevolent, you know, being nice. Yeah, I guess. But what is any emote truly a nice emote when you think about it?
The only nice one is when I'm destroying my opponent and then they put up the white flag. That's the only one, and I'm like, yay.
Yeah, that is the only one. That or like a true, like an actual good game or well played, not like the snarky one. Goblin Giant left-hand lane, 1509 for TNT. And a pretty aggressive Graveyard on the right-hand side. Still single elixir, but you see that Goblin Giant in the back. Why not pull the trigger? Surge TS gets a big chunk.
He really does. And honestly, this Dark Prince is going to be... I mean, he's going to take a little bit of damage, but the Dark Prince is going to do a great job at cleaning this up and honestly helping with that here as well.
And a nice NATO pulling all that together for the Dark Prince. Sparky left-hand side. I don't think it's going to stop the shot, though. Yes, the charge does connect, so now... under 1,100 HP on both lanes for TNT. Surge TS currently in a great spot. Not going to get the shot off for the Sparky, I don't believe. No, it does.
Wow! I was like, wow, Surge knows this interaction better than I do because I'm sure that Sparky's going to get a shot with the bomb. Very, very close there. Just a little bit of tankage from, what was the Mini P.E.K.K.A. in front of it?
Mm-hmm. Mini P.E.K.K.A. did a great job, and now suddenly TNT in the lead with 35 seconds left. The big question is, what's that final spell? Is he running Rage? Is he running EQ? Is he running Lightning?
Yeah. Need to get a Graveyard down here. Either lane is fine. There you go. Maybe picked the wrong one, though. That Mini P.E.K.K.A. did a great job at the river.
And Dark Prince cleaning up pretty well. Baby Dragon not going to do too much.
So tower's basically even here for TNT, but Surge, 326 HP on the bottom left. The Lightning comes down. Well played from TNT, man.
Yeah, that's the one. You're sitting there going, which one is it? But Lightning hasn't been popular until the last day or so. We saw it once yesterday with this deck and twice today. So Lightning making a comeback in Goblin Giant Sparky. It was basically a central part of the deck, and now suddenly making its way back. Hi guys, I'm Rich Slayton, caster for Clash Royale League. Who's there with me? Oh, it's Andrew Guy, the other caster for Clash Royale League West. If you listen in English, if you listen in Spanish or Portuguese, of course, you're not used to hearing and seeing us, but if you also do that, then why are you here? You're trying to brush up on your English? I totally get it. And we're going to have fun with you today here in this No Tilt League Special Edition. There you go, taking a look at the stats, courtesy of Stats Royale. If you haven't yet, by the way, that is the @ on there. I'm away from the screen, but it's at Andrew Guy on Twitter. G-H-A-I. It's not G-U-I. It's G-H-A-I. Here, we'll come back here now that we are out of that screen. And boom, there you go. There's at Andrew Guy. Of course, I'm at Rich Slayton right below. Follow us on Twitter. You can keep up with all that's going along in Clash Royale esports. Chances for you to compete, chances for you to watch other players compete, and a lot of that will be right here, of course, on the No Tilt YouTube page. Don't forget right now to subscribe, like, ring the bell for notifications, because, of course, this is only match day 4. We have more matches tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, Sunday next weekend. 2 more days of group play after that, or 1 more day of group play after that, and then, of course, on May 10th, the finals for that $12,000 prize. Andrew, it's so great to be able to get a chance to cast with you, and, of course, get to cast high-level professional Clash Royale as we wait for that mid to late May start for CRL West.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, man. Draws. There's something so special about watching top tier players playing against each other in situations that matter. Obviously, you never see top tier players like throw ladder games, but there's just a different level. It's like that playoff mentality, when there's ever a tournament, whenever there's money on the line, you see these guys and they really bring out the best. So I'm just excited. I'm excited to be doing this again. I've really been missing CRL. Can't wait for May. So to see all these names going up against each other and see this type of gameplay, not only is it super fun to watch, but it also is really helping me understand what I should truly be focusing on in the new meta.
Sure, yeah, and this is definitely indicative of what we'll be seeing, but of course, May coming, a lot of possible changes too. So we'll have some time, luckily, before the West kicks off. Once that May meta settles in, it'll be very interesting with all the changes that are currently planned. The return of Magic Archer, maybe a massive change to Tornado by May.
Yeah.
Most importantly, right now, Tribe Gaming up 1 set on Pain, and Coca RX kicking things off against the other rookie, Jupiter King.
Have you seen Coca play much yet?
We've seen him a little bit here, and of course he played for Brazil in the No Tilt Worlds. So far here, 0-3 in league play, but he's definitely he's a popular and very effusive content creator in Portuguese.
Yeah, I'm also, talking about rookies or new additions. I'm really excited about Jupiter and TNT being added to this squad of Tribe. I think it's a really nice pickup, and I think that there's a lot to learn from these guys. I'm sure that Buffmac has so much that he can teach and learn from TNT and Jupiter as well.
Yeah, Jupiter was amazing in No Tilt Worlds, but just like Coca RX, 0-3 so far in this tournament. So we'll see, as both these guys, they had some success in No Tilt Worlds, which 32 teams from around the world, a little bit different level of play. Jupiter King did have some big-time signature wins against high-level pros, but both these guys get maybe a bit of a rude awakening now that it's the real deal, the big time.
Yeah. Yeah, and one thing I was going to say actually about our last game that I just kind of forgot to mention was just the idea of lightning being so prevalent again is because of all these huts and all these dragons. They're in so many decks now. What a great way to clean it up, get some damage on the tower, nice elixir trades.
And so just straight up minor skeleton barrel, no big stuff for Jupiter King. So this is going to be getting around very, very quickly against this lava miner deck. And there's a big chunk for Coca. One of these two will get their first win today. Expectations very high for Jupiter King, as you heard my co-caster talking about that a minute ago. And of course, I have those same high expectations, but people outside of the Brazilian community kind of interested to see how Coca fares.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if this does go to a 2-tower game, how Jupiter will fare. But right now he's doing a really good job of splitting up Coca's ability to clean up his splash troops. Having to use poisons on miners plus bats, not being able to support his Lava Hound with his baby dragon to help clean up the spear goblins or the bats on that end. Jupiter King doing a really good job.
But this is going to be tower down right-hand side.
Yep.
And looks like it's going to be at least close to, tower down left-hand side with the log.
So now this becomes, I think, a very tough game for Jupiter.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit more chip damage there from the Spear Goblin right-hand side. And now you see Coca playing the Lava Hound in that right tile behind King Tower. Will still go where he wants, but will also make things a little annoying for Jupiter King trying to put damage on the right-hand side.
Yeah, that's exactly where you expect him to play it. Probably going to put a Baby Dragon shortly behind it. There it is. But can he keep up with this onslaught on the right-hand side? That miner cycles back around so quickly, and he has to use his poison defensively. So really, really precarious position to be in, I guess, because that Lava Hound is already down.
Had to spend a lot there. A nice Ice Golem pickup with the Spear Goblins behind. Second Lava Hound down. Miner going to the unsafe spot one more time.
Oh, that's going to do it.
Jupiter King kicking things off, getting his first win. And it's one of those things where when there's two towers, that middle inside spot is kind of like the last-ditch go-to. I need to get 2 shots in real quick, but with no tower down, it's equal to anything else. Jupiter King getting on the board now, moving his record to 1-3. Coca RX falling to 0-4 so far this season.
Yeah, I was I was a little surprised there that Coca did not play his Baby Dragon a little bit sooner. Now, I called when he did play it, but honestly, if he would have played it a little bit sooner, he might have been able, because I think he still ended up using his poison defensively in that moment. Baby Dragon would have been able to clean up those bats, could have ignored the miner, had a bigger counter push coming down the lane, or a stronger counter push coming down the lane. But instead, he used his poison to clean it up, waste an elixir, or it makes an even elixir trade, and his opponent can cycle back around very quickly.
Koga RX, an 8.1K player, so he's in the 8K club. Certainly knows how to push pretty well on ladder. And his big solo achievement is number 8, 8th place in the Moreno Cup 5. But a little bit new here to full-on true team competitive play.
Yeah.
And getting a bit of a rude awakening here with this 0-4 start.
Yeah, you know, and when you go that far down, that on, you really wonder what it does to the mentality of these guys. You know, you start, instead of going into games being like, all right, how am I going to win this one? It's like, all right, what mistakes can I not make? And, you know, and just that mentality alone changes everything in the outcome.
Surge TS up next. Jupiter King with one in the hand. Tiago saying, love you and Andrew as casters. Thank you, Tiago. We love you as a viewer.
Thanks, man. So, taking this nice and slow.
Yeah, we'll just hang out here for a little while.
What are you running right now? You said you're running Lumberloon?
I'm running Lumberloon Heal Spirit, which might be what Surge TS is doing here. Of course, we haven't seen much Royal Hogs today.
I'm wondering if Jupiter's going to go with Graveyard.
So we might actually be seeing Royal Hogs here from Surge TS. What with the mini P.E.K.K.A. and all.
Yeah, and if Jupiter is running Graveyard, he has a lot of responses to those hogs. Wow! Maybe just a little too comfortable there.
A little coast-to-coast action. Pancakes for everyone, and it is looking like Royal Hogs for Surge TS.
I thought that was like a giveaway at a sporting event where if like a certain thing happens, then they get free pancakes.
That would actually be the best sponsorship. Denny's,
right?
get on it.
Anytime a mini P.E.K.K.A. goes coast to coast and hits the tower unsupported, free pancakes from Denny's.
Love it. I remember one summer in college, we went for a late night Denny's, and the servers all knew my buddy, and we realized that he'd been there 3 nights in a row at 2 in the morning. And so ever since then, he's been nicknamed the Regular.
What a horrible moment for him to realize that he'd been caught. He was like, oh no.
Oh boy. Here we go, left-hand lane, Ice Golem, Hunter behind. And this is one of the interesting Piggy variations. Of course, used to be Magic Archer before the nerf. Maybe it'll be Magic Archer again once they change it in this next upcoming update, or when that update does happen. Sometimes it's the Firecracker instead of the Musketeer, and then the other version is with the Barbs. We've seen that work out very, very well. I think maybe he might prefer the Barbs version now that he knows he's against Graveyard.
Yeah, well, that, and also it's interesting because like the Hunter and the Musketeer provide so much of the same utility, right? Obviously, Musketeer is much stronger on offense, but a lot of the time you're using them as your hardest hitting DPS units for air on defense.
So big push coming in left-hand side. Surge TS throws the Hog to the right-hand lane. Able to hold off pretty well here on the left with that defense. We are in sudden death overtime. Surge TS slightly ahead.
And Jupiter still not gotten his graveyard down. I think this is the moment. Yep, you defend cheaply here and try to get a counter graveyard with these two units crossing, and you can see Surge is already lining up to defend against it. Whoa. Oh, wow, the swerve.
Graveyard poison left-hand side.
I don't hate it. Honestly, it got a good amount of damage there.
11:03, and just like that, Jupiter King in the lead. Minute 15 left.
That was nice. That was really nice. Surge even you know, he got all of us. He tricked me as well.
Heal Spirit does leap despite the defense there. Mini P.E.K.K.A trying to go, forces the Ice Wiz out, does not take a Mini P.E.K.K.A shot. Very important there for the tribe representative.
Anytime that happens now, I'm going to say free pancakes and no one's going to know what I'm talking about.
Here we go, 9 Elixir right-hand side, high bomb tower. EQ trying to take it off the board. Heal Spirit behind. NATO to pull all that together and does defend very well. It's only Heal Spirit, so now we might see Graveyard coming in here. No, Poison goes high, not willing to spend too much. Barb Barrel trying to stop. EQ might make enough room here to get a few more shots from the Piggies.
Yeah, and that heal coming in. And Surge is also doing a really good job of utilizing him, because that tank ability from the Ice Golem, it does so much against all of the units from Jupiter. You know, you can completely stop a Baby Dragon plus an Ice Wiz with just an Ice Golem there.
Jupiter King is very, very good at decision making. You're seeing that here, where he's not playing, he's not trying to tank at all on the left-hand side, just going straight Graveyard Poison, knowing everything else needed for defense, and gets the win. 2 up, 2 down, Jupiter King. Now with a second shot to give Tribe a King of the Hill sweep today.
Yeah, man, I couldn't have said it better myself, man. The decision-making on his end was just brilliant. It was literally just poison and hope that your RNG on the graveyard gets a little bit of chip damage on the hand side, because if you spend even the 2 Elixir on a Bar Barrel to tank, you do not have enough defensively. And, you know, Jupiter was so patient and just stayed consistent.
Yeah, you saw near the end that one Bar Barrel to Bomb Tower defense on the Royal Hogs push on the right-hand side, so very, very smartly played. Surge TS seemed in control for a long time.
Yeah.
But that triple Elixir, Jupiter King able to make it work. And yeah, coast to coast, Mini P.E.K.K.A, free pancakes.
Starting it now. You heard it here first.
So Jupiter King now 2 up, 2 down. Moves his record to 2 and 3. A chance to go even 50-50 with a win here against Hen and Kava. Oxlet in the chat over on YouTube.
Hey, what's up, Ox? How you doing, man?
Ox was nice enough to join on chat on voice yesterday for a couple of matches, and has a brilliant mind when it comes to Clash Royale.
Yeah, it is very fascinating to talk to pros, you know, after matches, have them really pick apart decisions they make. But, you know, having one cast with you, I did a casting with Backstab a long time ago, after the NAEU season for an online event, and just to speak with him as the gameplay was going on, it's just crazy what goes on in a pro's mind. You know, you and I like to think we're pretty good at our jobs, and I think we are too, but we're definitely nowhere near pro level.
Yeah, in terms of understanding those little ins and outs. I remember I cast an event with Aw Crap once. I heard him go, huh, and I go, okay, stop. You can't go, huh. You have to explain what that thought process is.
He's like, yeah, but if I explain it, it'll take about 30 minutes because there's about 10,000 interactions that could happen.
Well, here we go, playing the waiting game. We've seen skeletons. And, you know, we've said this before. This used to mean about 2 years ago it meant it was a big beatdown match. But now it just means maybe I don't like my cycle. I don't want to blink first. I don't have the defensive cards in hand in case I move something. Everything's too costly and you might punish. A lot of potential possibilities now.
Yeah, I love that it's not just like, okay, we're going to see Golem or a Lava Hound. Just going to wait for that timer to hit 105. There we go. Golem in the back. Yeah, it's definitely changed a little bit.
So, how you doing? You read any good books lately? Watched any good 30 movies or more lately?
Yes, I definitely have. I'm actually going to watch Con Air after this because we're going to be talking about it later. I love that movie, man. That's like a movie I grew up with. It's a horrible action movie, but it's beautiful in my mind.
It's top tier Nicolas Cage. It's no The Rock, but it's pretty close. Here we go.
I'm so glad you said that. It's so true.
So going to be Royal Hog's Firecracker for Jupiter King.
Yeah, and those Royal Hogs doing a great bit of damage on that right-hand side.
And Arrows get 2 Firecrackers off on the left-hand side, so a nice 3-for-6 trade for Henenkava. Firecracker and 2 Hunters down for Jupiter King.
You know, you and I had talked a lot about the Arrows rework for a long time. How do you feel about where it's at now?
Love it. Love it. I
Same.
think it's an amazing rework. It made it viable, but not OP. It has its very specific place in the meta. You know, like a lot of the chat gets thrown towards the reworks that don't work out as well, but not enough love gets given to the ones that do. Arrow's brilliant. I think Heal Spell to Heal Spirit is brilliant.
Couldn't agree more, man. I honestly could not agree more. I love those changes, and I'm a person that hates Arrows as a card.
Yeah, oh yeah, specifically for your deck pool. Yeah, that's brutal. So yeah, no, I'll do it right here. Props to Seth and Drew and the entire design team, Balance Squad, trying to make things work, and those are 2 big-time successes.
Yeah, so here we go. A huge push in the left-hand lane. Does he not see the mini P.E.K.K.A up front? Oh my god. He did not. I feel like he just must not have seen the mini P.E.K.K.A.
Pancakes! Free pancakes for everybody!
Free pancakes!
Jupiter King, someone get him a full stack, butter it up, throw some syrup on there. 3-0 King of the Hill sweep, and what a way to get yourself back to 50-50. Nice work there, Jupiter.
I mean, that was so sneaky. You saw the Night Witch come down last second because he just didn't know what to do. What else are you going to put in front of that mini P.E.K.K.A if your battle healer's in the opposite lane? Nothing.
So Tribe Gaming finally rights the ship, gets back in the win column, and takes a big one here against Pain. Look, they had a gauntlet to run through for those first 3 matches, playing against really some of the top-rated teams overall in the league. And now you see, with just, and not to denigrate Pain, but you take a step away from that Team Liquid level and take a little step backwards from there, and you see what Tribe Gaming can get done. Jupiter King with a flashy showcase today. And yeah, that 9 Elixir mini P.E.K.K.A Royal Hogs push, so devastating.
Yeah, that was real dirty, and you put a mini P.E.K.K.A on skates, and that is really, really dangerous. Jupiter King proving exactly why you and I are so excited to see him in this tournament.
Yeah, and one thing we talked about, and this goes all the way back to what we saw in No Tilt Worlds, is the decision-making from Jupiter King is so good. You know, there's some guys you look at them from a micro standpoint or something like that, but for him, it's all about good choices.
Yeah, and we called it in that second game, and he just really held on through to pull out the sweep. So a big win for Tribe there, and you know, now even with Pain at 1-3, but they do pick up that win. Yeah,
they have the head-to-head tiebreaker, which is tiebreaker number 1, and they have the current 3-way tiebreaker with a better set differential. So if we do get that 3-way tiebreaker, of course, set differential will get very important. And when has the 3-way tie not been an important part?
I was just gonna say it.
Those final
always
standings.
happens.
You should see some of the back and forth math and conversations we're having on the CRL stage when we get to those final days. We're trying to figure out, okay, so who, if this person wins this, but it's by this much, guys, we'll do some more speculation.
Oh God,
we'll do some more speculation in a minute. There's the standings for a moment. We'll be back in a few minutes with your next match. Don't go anywhere. Team Queso defends their undefeated record next against Galaxy. are back. And when I say we, guys, it's just me. Andrew, my co-caster, had to run. Didn't get a chance to sign off because of the timing, unfortunately. But I have to go ahead and let's go ahead and take off the little thing that says Andrew Guy there, because no longer on voice, unfortunately. Boom. There you go. No longer on voice. Just me, guys. Rich Slayton from Clash Royale League commentating 2 more matches for you today. And so far, it's been a fun one. Tribe Gaming, look at that, getting back on the board finally with a big-time win in Jupiter King, living up to the expectations with a nice, clean 3-0 sweep in this King of the Hill, letting his guys take a break and not burn through decks. And you think about it, we talk about the value of that overall within a match, but also think about these weekends, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You have to prepare 3 matches in a row. So you prepare only so many decks. Trying to do that for 3 matches in a row is really, really hard. So when one player steps up and lead off sweeps King of the Hill, the impact of that can resonate throughout the entire weekend of matches. So here we go. Current standings, and coming up next, it's going to be the undefeated Team Queso looking to stay perfect, facing off against Team Galaxy, currently at 1-2, not wanting to fall down to 1-3 and join that bottom crew. Of course, that would put them below Tribe Gaming on set differential if they did get that fall as well. So we'll see if Team Galaxy can get past Team Queso. It's going to be a tough one. The Cheesy One's looking very, very good so far. We'll go over that roster in just a moment, but they have one of the best in the business on the squad in Ruben. And of course, the addition of IMJP. So fascinating how good the Cheesy Ones are, and Team Queso overall has long time been a leader in Clash Royale esports and in mobile esports consistently. So big shout out to Alvaro for the squad he's built, for the whole team he's built over there, not just in Clash Royale, but all the way around. Elky, the head coach right now for Team Queso, and you see the core group, Kuchiku, Ruben, Bennyhu, Mini Bennyhu here, and IMJP. Have not seen Alino Yasu much so far here in the No Tilt League Special Edition, but who knows, maybe at 3-0, we'll start to see those guys get mixed in just a little bit more. Still waiting for both of those guys to make their debut. On the other side, Team Galaxy, helmed by Drexen as the coach. Lince Codigo and Flash have been the core for Team Galaxy, and they've mixed different guys in. Right now, Victor as the number 4 player for Team Galaxy, so we'll see if maybe this same squad ends up somewhere together when we get into mid to late May. But right now, Team Galaxy just trying to get themselves back to even, and they have a very difficult matchup ahead of them today in this Team Queso side. But it's been a wild day so far. Some very close matches, and then last match, Tribe Gaming coming out big time, taking big time swings. But you look at Team Queso, and you look at the depth in Team Queso overall. Any one of their 4 players can step up. Any one of their 4 core players can step up at any moment. Of course, the guys you haven't seen yet are also very capable as well. But when you have both Ruben and IMJP, who can both step up and easily sweep either direction, and then the experience of Bennyhu and Kuchiku, you have a squad that no matter the format, we're seeing that here, whether it's the CRL format of 2v2, 1v1 King of the Hill, or the No Tilt League format of King of the Hill, 1v1, either way, Team Queso can operate at the highest level. They can do it. So we'll see if they stay undefeated today. Leading things off for Team Queso in this King of the Hill set, IMJP, followed by Kuchiku, followed by Ruben. Across from them, Victor, Flash, and then Codigo, and IMJP going hog EQ. So Miner on the tower for Victor. And quick cycle work so far from IMJP. Victor currently at 3-3 in his no-tilt campaign. IMJP take that same record, add 5 wins. 8-3 so far in his overall campaign here. 100% win rate in 1v1. 66% win rate in King of the Hill. Firecracker connects left-hand lane, 19-19 on the right-hand side. And with that EQ, IMJP takes the lead back from Victor. And both players taking a break here for a moment. Lava Miner. We'll see if the next Lava Hound comes out as we get closer to double here from Victor. And that's a nice put-together push from IMJP. Gets the hog damage, gets the chip damage from the Firecracker. And that, not going to be quite close enough. Firecracker gets one more, though. So we'll see if Victor takes the bait and throws barbs near the bridge against that giant skeleton. Probably going to wait a little bit. No, throws the barb barrel and pulls it back. So that's actually going to be very helpful for IMJP with that barb barrel. Because Baby Dragon going to stay right there next to it, get taken off the board. So Victor doing JP a favor there. And there you go, free pancakes, everybody. 133 left on the right-hand side. And IMJP has to defend one push. That's it, one push to get this win here. Looks like he'll do so easily. Firecracker jukes out of the poison range. Spear Goblins high, and there you go. IMJP taking game number 1. And with that, IMJP moving his record in no-tilt league to 9-3 overall. Continues to be such a beast here. And there's your stats, courtesy of Stats Royale. Didn't take a lot of hogs, but they got it done. And you see, able to skid around a little bit more quickly. But I gotta say that barb barrel into the giant skeleton to keep it there and take the Baby Dragon off the board might have been a big, big hit for Victor. And a big, big win for his opponent, IMJP. And to answer the chat on YouTube, yes, Tribe did win, courtesy of a 3-0 King of the Hill sweep in the second set by Jupiter King. Up next for Galaxy, it's Flash. Currently at 1-3 so far in league play. Goblin Hut for Goblin Hut. And seeing the cheese spam in the YouTube chat. IMJP had some big moments in CRL Asia with kicks. But certainly happy to be back in the West with this fully Spanish side. Miner picks up the mini P.E.K.K.A. So both players taking their time in the first minute. No big commitments here. And a real slow first set. IMJP, of course, is a member of the 8K Club, as are a lot of the players you see here. And also certainly capable of King of the Hill sweeps. Did it twice back in CRL EU when he was part of Dignitas. Swept Liquid and G2 in King of the Hill. And keep in mind, that was the Surgical Goblin Azelius Diego B Buffmac Liquid. And that was the G2 that had Canario. So IMJP, definitely capable of big performances. Had a pretty good run in the Breng Chong Cup, going 8-3 in the group stage, but lost both of his bracket matches to Sergio Ramos and Reiki Jones. Still certainly a talented player. Looking to make a big run with Team Queso, who people forget was very, very close to making World Finals last year. But who was going to get in the way of Surgical Goblin and Team Liquid Royal Giant down for Flash right-hand lane. Mini P.E.K.K.A trying to make some room, and it will. Archie with a number of connections right-hand side gets that tower down to 15-18. Lava Hound and Poison on the left-hand lane. Those goblins are going to pop, and we'll see. Does he get a miner down in time to tank for those pups? He does not, and the Mini P.E.K.K.A goblins will take care of a lot of those pups, but the Baby Dragon tanking, and so going to be a ton of damage left-hand lane here for IMJP. Flying Machine in. Ewiz trying to stop it. RG on the right-hand side for Flash, not going to be enough. IMJP, 2 up, 2 down, and 1 win away from a King of the Hill sweep to open things up against Galaxy. So here we go. IMJP crushing it so far. People asking, where is Andrew? Andrew had to leave, and I didn't know he had to leave until after we signed off from the last game. He's like, oh man, I have to go. Tell everyone I say hi. Andrew will be back at some point on the streams. Don't worry, we'll be doing a lot of No Tilt together, and then of course, come mid-May, you'll see the dynamic duo in full force. IMJP, Royal Giant, man, I just don't know. I don't know about Royal Giant right now. It's in a very precarious position. Yeah, if you're in the YouTube chat and you're happy with what you saw there, throw that cheese out. Team Queso, the blue and yellow. Here we go, game number 3, IMJP. 1 away from a nice sweep here. Codigo up for the Team Galaxy side. Currently at 5-7. IMJP, I'm not sure, but might be the first player to reach 10 wins. Have to double check that one. Maybe Stats Royale's in the chat. I can double check that one for me, but I think IMJP is the first player to reach 10 wins here in the No Tilt League Special Edition. So Miner Skelly Barrel for JP. Ram Rider Cannon Cart. Expect the Heal Spirit from Codigo. Columbia went very deep in the No Tilt world. A lot of that was due to Codigo's play. Galaxy really hoping he's back in that same form he had in the CRL Latin America season of 2018. Bandit leading the charge for Codigo on the left-hand side. Log will clean up most of that. But aggressive cannon cart. Codigo betting that maybe nothing in cycle, and he gets the bet right. The gamble pays off for Codigo. He knew he was low on elixir, expected that his opponent was low on elixir, and took advantage. Big time connection, left-hand side, 10-10. IMJP ahead. 14, oh no, never mind, sorry, IMJP behind, 14:58, left-hand side. Trying to set up defensively. Fireball to the Dark Goblin and get some tower damage. Bomb Tower will hold on, though. Cannon Cart stops just out of Bomb Tower range, and look at that. Little bit of micro there by IMJP, logging the Cannon Cart back into the poison, sticking it on the opposite side. Very, very well played by the Queso representative, but he has a lot to deal with here. Cannon Cart trying to get across the bridge. Fireball in on the Dark Goblin. That Fireball has been a nightmare for JP. Codigo gets the Baby Dragon. No. Musketeer, Baby Dragon, both on the Skeleton Barrel for the moment. Bar Barrel in nicely for Codigo. JP just trying to hold on. So low on Elixir. That's got to be it. He's so low. Musketeer connects, gets 1 shot, gets 2 shot, gets 3 shots, 65 HP. Fireball will do it. Codigo stops the JP train and keeps Galaxy alive in set 1. So that's an important win for Cody Go, moving his record to 6-7 so far here at the No Tilt League. As I said before, Cody Go has been very, very good overall. Throughout that No Tilt Worlds campaign, really helped carry that Colombian side deep into the semifinals. Had a 64% win rate at No Tilt. At the Worlds, played a lot of 2v2. 4-1 in sets there. But has not yet reached the heights in professional play that he reached with Cream Esports back in CRL Latin America, getting second place. And they were expected to take first place, but of course, you all know who did. Vivo Keyed, led by Javi Catorze. So here we go. Kuchiku up next for the cheesy ones. Kuchiku comes into today 0-2 in No Tilt League. See if he can get his first win here against Cody Go. Heal Spirit just to slow down the roll a little bit from that Dark Prince. Hunter cleans it up. Here we go, Graveyard in. So this is going to be that Giant Skeleton Splash Yard variation. Mega Knight doesn't quite get that Giant Skeleton out of tanking range, so that's going to be a big opening salvo. But Kuchi drops the Mini P.E.K.K.A behind the Mega Knight. Heal Spirit going to try to help out with the Mega Knight a little bit. Does that heal help or not? No, it doesn't turn in, so the Mega Knight does drop. Mini P.E.K.K.A taken care of by the Goblin Hut. First minute away, Cody Go out to a significant lead. Reaching the midway point of regulation. Kuchiku has put some pressure on. Poison from Cody Go, just trying to get that Flying Machine off the board. Baby Dragon will get one belch. Mega Knight goes left-hand lane. Giant Skeleton to meet. The Giant Skeleton, is that the loudest walking audio in the game? And look at that, Mega Knight tanking. Keeps the Ice Whiz occupied, Giant Skeleton occupied. Everything's occupied. And Royal Hogs just eating a feast on that tower. 378 left-hand side. Now it's Cody Go's chance to fire back with a Graveyard push. Log to clean up some of those skeletons. Mini P.E.K.K.A high trying to set the line. Can't get it done though. Dark Prince gonna connect. That's gonna be tower down left-hand lane. Kuchi has 45 seconds to work. Does he sell out on that left-hand side trying to get it? Yes, he does. One pig will escape. EQ trying to help. All of that native together. Can a pig get a bite? Not at all. 195. So not even an EQ range. Has to go EQ log to finish it off. Maybe we'll see him split pigs here. Send one or two to the left-hand lane, the rest to the right-hand lane. That's brave to log that right-hand side. That's really brave. So he goes full pigs left-hand lane with the EQ. Spends 8, but now he's up against a nasty Graveyard push on this side. Hunter's not going to prevent that much damage. Here we go, 1053, under 1,000 HP on the right-hand lane, and in a lot of ways, it's going to be much easier for Cody Go to create damage now than it is for Kuchiku. Of course, that King Tower help will be big on defense for Kuchi. Giant Skelly Bomb gets the Mega Knight off, and here we go. Deciding not to Graveyard yet. Knows the log's coming. Kuchi goes for a pocket Mega Knight. Giant Skeleton stops that fairly easily. And look at that, Cody Go just setting up on the inside, giving some EQ value, but still way ahead. Final minute, under 500 HP, right-hand lane for Cody Go, or for Kuchiku. Cody Go in a good spot. Are we going to see pocket pigs out of Kuchiku? No, he's going the full 10 elixir left-hand lane, making a beeline for the King Tower. Trying to go all in here on that left-hand side. Can he get it done? Mega Knight going hard on the right-hand side as well. Kuchiku putting it on. 3 crown on Kodigo. And Kuchiku closes things out for Team Queso. Man, just went full 10 elixir. Kodigo gets complacent. Just assumes he knows where the fight's taking place. And Kuchiku goes, cool. Here's Royal Hog's Mini P.E.K.K.A. Heal Spirit onto your King Tower. What do you got for me? Turns out nothing. Kuchiku finally gets in the winner's circle. Closes out the set here for Team Queso. Man, this is what the depth this team has. Anyone can do it at any time. Team Queso, pretty darn good at Clash Royale. What do you think? CRL EU champions in Season 1. Every season they make the playoffs. Every season they're contenders. And of course, this last spring, or this last fall, finished second place regular season. Liquid took them out. They do not want to miss finals again. Team Queso knows that they're always contenders, knows they can be at the top. Right now, currently holding the lead at No Tilt League Special Edition. We'll see if they can hold on to that. Still number 1 undefeated. Have one more set to win. They can get it done, and they'll have sole possession of number 1 with a win in this next set. Very, very well played, Kuchiku. Just lulled Kodigo to sleep on that right-hand side, and then bam, went in hard on the left. We're waiting for our next King of the Hill set. If you haven't yet, and you're on the YouTube page for No Tilt, go ahead, hit subscribe, hit like, ring the bell for notifications. We're back here again tomorrow, back next Friday, Saturday, Sunday, all the way through May 10th, where we have those big-time finals. So ring the bell, subscribe, do all that. If you're on Madcat, by the way, throw me a follow, too. And, of course, right down below, @RichSlayton on all social medias, on Twitter, on Instagram, and technically on TikTok. I have never TikToked, but again, I still get it because who knows? Will I TikTok one day? Probably not. But could it happen? You don't know. Might as well follow. So we might be on a timeout here. Sometimes they're oh, no, we're not. Let's get right back into it. King of the Hill, set number 2. So Victor kicking things off for Team Galaxy with Lince and Kodigo behind. Bennyhu, Ruben, and IMJP, the lineup for Queso. So Heal Spirit on both sides of the board. Giant Miner Heal Spirit with Cannon Card. This is one that we saw a lot the other day. First time seeing it today, but we saw a ton of it. I believe it was yesterday. You know, Giant Miner was for a while always with the Magic Archer. We'll see if that goes back that direction, but right now, Cannon Card is that extra piece for Giant Miner. And this Lumberloon Heal Spirit has been the more popular deck today. Victor and Bennyhu both making their opening appearances today. Victor comes into gameplay here on match day 3 at I believe a 3-3 or 3-4 record. Oh no, he did lose earlier today, that's right. Bennyhu, 1-3. Victor does not get the connection, will get death damage left-hand lane. Baby Dragon on tower left-hand side, Giant on tower right-hand side. Lumberjack and Bats trying to cut that Giant down, and here we go. Big counter push. Heal Spirit behind. Gives a little bit extra, but the timing on that Heal Spirit can be so difficult to work out. And you see there, just gets the death damage. 1288, going to be down to 1016 right-hand lane. Miner does get on tower. The pickup does not work. Baby Dragon getting splash damage as well. 632 right-hand side. Victor and Benny, who very, very close. Currently, Team Queso ahead on the damage. The Heal Spirit working on the Musketeer this time. Will be death damage one more time. Musketeer gets onto the Baby Dragon, not on tower. The Baby Dragon going to go down to one shot from the Princess Tower in the opposite direction. And here we go, Victor trying to keep the pressure on. Log in, Snowball and Ice Golem will get rid of those minions. Raged Up Balloon trying to work its way through, back around to minions one more time as Benny. Death damage will come in for Victor. Cannon Cart on that right-hand side. Ice Golem picks up nicely. 8 HP separates these two as we go to the final minute 40 of gameplay. And this time, Heal Spirit will get some value for Victor. Snowball in offensively, Snowball in defensively. Does not connect. Death damage will get in, though. And the Miner gets caught nicely on the opposite end. Not quite in spell range as Victor. Although, look at that. He is going to log Snowball, try to log one more time. That's, I guess, going to be the plan here. Can he hold off defensively and get through all around those one more time? Snowball in. Snowball opposite direction. Miner trying to get it done. 100 HP. Nope, log will beat it. Victor taking game number 1 of our second set. Nice work. Victor does go for the fast spell cycle at the end. Benny, who got it close. But the Colombian holds on. Victor taking game number 1. You can see just both guys going pretty quick cycle. Victor just a little bit faster there at the end, able to get around with that Snowball log combo. Benny, who just didn't quite have it in death in that range yet. The dominant balloon deck of the day. We'll see if Victor goes back to it again during this set. Benny, who takes a seat for Team Queso. And yeah, as Moni is saying in the chat over on YouTube, show some love. Like, subscribe, share, hit the notification bell. Never miss a moment. Here we go, game number 2. The Queso superstar, Ruben, currently at 8-4. Always so good, always so dangerous. Some of the best micro in the game. Miner caught by the Knight. So Victor maybe going Miner Muskaloon here as opposed to the Lumberloon cycle. And it might be Giant Skeleton Hog Rider for Vic. So 2 very quick cycling decks again in our second game of this set. An easy catch on the Miner with those goblins. Pretty clear where that was going. Snowball in. Balloon should get a connection. No, Snowball does a great job pushing it back into the bomb tower range. Death damage does come in, though. Ruben takes the lead as we approach the midway point of regulation. And a quiet moment as both players make their way to 10. Victor might Giant Skeleton here. No, decides not to. Cycles Knight in the back. Knight Muskie right-hand lane for Victor. Just solo Muskie right-hand lane for Ruben. And Ice Golem to protect. Basically, any quick cycle deck with a Musketeer has one very key rule. Protect your Musketeer. She hits so hard. And look at that, just in range to not go get shot by the Princess Tower. Solid defense there. And now again, Ice Golem Muskie to the right-hand side for Ruben. Miner goes into the front, this time onto the Muskie. Knight picks it up. And a solid snowball behind for Victor, just making a little bit of room. This is very, very tight at the moment. Nothing to catch the Miner in cycle, so Ruben takes advantage, puts a little chip damage on the right-hand side. High with the bomb tower, EQ gets it. And Snowball does not push the Hog the correct direction, so 1344. 24 HP separating these two as we go into sudden death. Victor really hanging out for a second, just making sure that that Knight got ahead of the Hog Rider before he dropped it. It did work out. Hog Rider gonna get, no, does not get a hit, 1077. These two still staying so close right now. And Ruben opts to give up the Musketeer shot. Could that come back and hurt him? And does not get the pull on the Hog. Oh no. Possible disaster here. Gives a Musketeer shot, doesn't get a Hog pull, and you see Ruben saying, good game. In a game this tight, one little mistake can cost everything. Ruben's gonna try for one last move. Miner onto the Musketeer. She turns towards the Miner, Log will help. Muskie is off the board. Snowball in. Snowball trying to defend. Does not connect, but we could get death damage right. We will get death damage right-hand side. But not going to be enough. Bomb tower down, that's it. Snowball in, bingo, bango. Victor gets it done. 2 up, 2 down. Team Galaxy firing back here in set 2. So Victor, very well played in game number 2. A rare couple of mistakes from Ruben. Turn it over. And yes, it was just Hog Rider triple spell. And despite Ruben having the faster cycle, just not able to get past that Musketeer, Bomb Tower, Snowball combination. So Victor now with 2 games in a row and a chance to give Team Galaxy a tie and push us to the 3rd set. We have not seen as much set 3 today as you might imagine. Here we go, IMJP. And it's been a fast cycle game all the way through here on this match between Team Queso and Team Galaxy. And also just a point in reference, we have seen a fair amount of Goblin Hut, nothing like we saw the first day or two. And IMJP gonna go to Miner Muskloon. So very interesting. We just saw it struggle against Victor last game. Going to it again here. Victor with the King Tower activation takes a lot of damage though. 1288 right-hand side. That's one of those really iffy King Tower activations. You are playing against Miner, so it's valuable, but now you have to play really great defense and hope you don't give up too much more. Although with the Ice Wiz NATO and the Goblin Hut, that might be possible for Victor. Ice Wiz by Princess Tower. He can stop death damage whenever he wants. Yep, Victor pulls it up high. And death damage not on the Goblin Hut or on the tower, so Victor does have a lot of defensive capability, obviously. And I don't know if I like IMJP going to the safe spot here. Yes, the King Tower is activated, but Victor's expecting that with that King Tower activation. We'll see if JP keeps going back there or if he starts mixing it up a bit, getting some chip damage. Because when we get deeper into this, it's going to be hard for him to keep up with those graveyards. Does not have excellent defensive options against graveyard. Bomb Tower is helpful. Ice Golem's helpful. Log is helpful. And there we go, so a little bit more cycle. Sets up bomb tower early. See an ice golem high here maybe. Try to hold everything. Graveyard poison in. And Miner goes to the safe spot, this time knowing his opponent was low on elixir. But you're basically under 1,000 HP. You're at 1092. And now with this log, it might be time to stop going to that number 1 place. We'll see. Poison in on the Musketeer. And there you go. JP goes inside, Victor goes outside. Nice snowball there. And that's huge. 588 right-hand lane for Victor. IMJP, 1685. A well-tanked for graveyard in. And that time, knowing it was all at the bridge, JP goes to the safe spot. But look at this cycle here. Goes to the back this time. That one was predicted by Victor. Picks up the Miner, 392. Might JP try to do a little bit more cycle, maybe get some chip damage both on the tower and these troops with the logs high? How much do you want to spend on that when you know Graveyard's coming in? This time Miner again goes to the back, snowball behind. Knight goes to the front for the prediction, doesn't get it. 168, 112 right-hand side. IMJP gonna do it. Victor had a shot at the sweep. JP cycles well, gets it done. You gotta wonder now, was that King Tower activation the smartest move from Victor early on? Got himself down to about 1,200 HP. And that cannon didn't end up mattering much at that point. Could IMJP get the reverse sweep here? Ask Miss Adamantium Gaming on the Mad Cat side. Yeah, absolutely possible. He's done it before. He's a big-time sweeper. Big hitter. Of course, does have the benefit of having a set in hand for Team Queso, so not as much pressure on here. That's for sure. And we know that this is all about nerves. Up next, Lince. The man who once tried to carry Cream when they were short-handed. Did a pretty good job of it for a little while. No longer with Cream Esports. 3-4 so far in his no-tilt campaign. And with that one, IMJP moves to 11-4. So pretty wild. He's been killing it so far here at No Tilt League. JP going Hog's Heel Spirit. That's a good question. Utkarsh asks, how does King of the Hill work? For King of the Hill, each team puts forth a list of 3 players who play in order. You play until you lose. So 1 loss, you're out. The first team to eliminate all 3 players on the opposite side wins the set. So you just get 1 life every time you appear. IMJP just eliminated Victor, stopped him from the full King of the Hill sweep. Now we're on game number 4. Lince against JP. Piggy's Heel Spirit, left-hand lane. And the Battle Healer are going to actually work out in favor of JP here. There will be a solid counter push coming, but Lince doesn't want to really throw the Ram Rider there because that would put him at 0 elixir defensively. And Battle Healer somehow survives, gets a hit. Unbelievable. So now we're getting into double elixir time. We'll see if Lince can pull the trigger on that Ram Rider. And there you go. Bar Barrel this time takes out the Heal Spirit, not letting JP get the full effect on that right-hand side. And now the Ram Rider comes out left-hand side. Cannon Cart dies inside of tower range. Absolute disaster for Queso here. And just like that, JP's lead evaporates. And that's a lot of fireball value right-hand side. No Heal Spirit to help. We'll still get some chip damage in the right-hand lane, but struggling in these later moments is JP. Might just choose to eat the Bandit here. We'll see. Yes, he does. Takes a lot of damage for it and now gives Lince dual lane pressure. A little chip damage to the right-hand lane for JP. Goes full pigs left-hand lane. Bar Barrel Baby Dragon trying to defend. So JP, the first one to get a tower down to under 1,000 HP, 857 left-hand lane, but has a world of hurt to deal with. Cannon Cart does not connect right-hand side, but Bandit, Baby Dragon, Ram Rider, Fireball. Oh my word, Lince. Too much pressure. JP couldn't hold up, and we're going to set number 3. JP just trying to hold on, but it was all that Cannon Cart that snuck through on the left-hand side. When the Cannon Cart Connect just started to open up the walls. Once there was a chink in the armor, it peeled back pretty easily, and Lince able to close things out for Team Galaxy. Team Queso drops the set. We're going to 1v1. And we have not seen much 1v1 here. So this will be very, very interesting. Hi guys, I'm Rich Slayton, caster for Clash Royale League. There's my social below, @RichSlayton on everything. Twitter, Instagram. If there's a new thing, I'll get it there too. Don't you dare get it before me. And we are on match number 4 of the day. Already seen 3 beforehand. And you know what? Somewhere I believe... you can actually see already the results from the Spanish side of it. First, it was Cream Esports sweeping Chivas. Followed by that, SK Gaming took their first loss to Team Purple. Tribe got on the board 2-0 against Pain. So it's been a sweep day. We have not gone to 1v1 yet. Our first time going to 1v1 right now. Team Queso against Team Galaxy. So this is going to be an interesting one. So in the chat right now, let's see who you think's coming out. Who are you sending out if you're Team Galaxy? Who are you sending out if you're Team Queso? Give your votes right now in the chat. Is it Ruben for Queso? Is it JP for Queso? The 2 most likely candidates. Over on the Galaxy side, Victor had a great run. Do you put him back out there again? Or do you go with one of the more experienced players for this set? Do you send Lince back out again, who just closed things out? Do you send Cody Go out? So let's go ahead. On YouTube, Alex saying Ruben versus Victor is his pick for what he thinks we'll see in our next set. What else you guys got here? Ruben versus Cody Go, Kelly says over on the Mad Cat side. Karina saying JP. Jeff, how does 1v1 work? Each team puts out one player, and that player plays in the best of 3. So it's a head-to-head best of 3 set to decide it all between 2 players, 1 representative from each side. Karina saying JP versus Victor. Shachar. Mashlam Kha saying Ruben. NCYCC votes JP versus Victor. Super Sheep, Ruben versus Lince. Alex with Lince versus Ruben. Lots of Ruben versus Victor calls. So pretty much everyone's saying Ruben or JP for Team Queso. Victor, Lince, and Cody Go all getting mixed in. Einfach Rof saying I am JP versus Ruben. Well, that might happen in their scrims, but not happening here, guys. JP versus Cody Go, says Liam. H saying JP versus Lince. Lince. You talk this long, you say some wrong words here occasionally. Well, let's find out. Let's go into 1v1, and if you voted Ruben versus Lince, you got it right. Here we go. Best of 3 set, winner take all. Here we go. Miner in for Lince. Ruben playing Cannon Cart. So Miner, Flying Machine, and E-Ways. And E-Wiz so far for Lindsay. And Ruben looked like he's going Ram Rider. And one wall breaker does connect for Lindsay on the right-hand side. The Argentinian sneaking one through. Those split wall breakers early in a game can be so annoying. You don't want to overspend playing that defense. Ruben playing this one fairly slow. Lindsay not taking too many risks. Does have the small chip lead. E-Ways, the child of E-Wiz and Ewoks. You know what, Matt? I like that. Solid Ewok reference. Splitting the wall breakers again is Lindsay. And Ruben again decides not to eat, not to choose, not to defend one of them. 1993 left-hand side. I believe the year that Nirvana's second album was released. Post Malone playing a full 15 set of Nirvana covers last night on YouTube to raise money for COVID relief. I have to admit, I was surprised. He does a pretty good Kurt Cobain. Here we go, Ram Rider in right-hand side, Cannon Cart, bar barrel, battle healer. And Ruben plays it slow, gives Lindsay some little bits of chips, never overspends. You see how often Ruben was like, you know what, you're going to split the wall breakers? Fine, take one of those two. I'm going to play some defense here. Does it perfectly. Ends up with a big-time, pretty easy win. Ruben taking game number 1. And now Team Queso, 1 win away from a clean 4-0 start at the No Tilt League Special Edition. You know, Godfather, I don't actually know if he played Smells Like Teen Spirit. I didn't watch the whole set. But I watched a little bit of it, and yeah, Post Malone, shockingly good at Nirvana covers. Ruben taking game number 1. And both players going a little bit heavier this time around. We'll see if Lindsay can get back in next time. Kia Girl on the Mad Cat side saying he did great with Nirvana covers. I was impressed. Yeah. Absolutely. I was absolutely shocked. I did not expect it to be that good. Travis Barker of Blink-182 playing drums. Had a full-on band, socially distanced band in different parts of the house. So here we go, game number 2 coming up in a moment. Remember, each team does have a 3-minute timeout they can take whenever they want. Most of those timeouts have been used during the 1v1 set. So we'll see if... Nope, that's not what's happening. Team Galaxy jumping right back into it. Ruben with a chance to close things out for Queso. And going back again, I think, to that Ram Rider deck is Ruben. Baby Dragon gets aggressive from Ruben. Musketeer in response to the Ice Whiz. Lindsay may be showing Graveyard here. Ram Rider left-hand side connects with the Goblin Hut. And with that bar barrel timing, enough for the Bandit. Nice Dark Prince pickup from Lindsay. So Ruben, with a nice move trying to make room for that Bandit, forces out the Dark Prince. Lindsay with a good pickup. if you want to see how far ahead. You know, Ruben's great at the management of the micro, but it's also he tracks his opponent's cycle very well. Keep an eye on that as we go forward. So here we go, heading into double elixir time, and Ruben goes opposite lane with the cannon cart. Lindsay is drawn first blood, but it's not much. Just a light bruising on that left-hand tower. And now Ram Rider in, and look at that, Goblin Hut opposite side. Lindsay nails it all together, and yeah, looking more and more like it's going to be GY. Ruben should play Battle Healer here. Yep, there he goes. Battle Healer, Cannon Cart, both going left. Barb Barrel, not going to be used here. Ram Rider right-hand lane, Cannon Cart left. Trying to split him up as Ruben. This is a difficult deck to break through against. Bandit gets through once. Goblins go the opposite direction. Musketeer not going to get to tower. Here we go, sudden death overtime. Neither team, neither player really breaking through. Although Ruben has a clear chance, Lindsay has a clear way on with that graveyard. But Ruben does get the connection. Huge connection from the Team Queso player. Cannon Cart slides on through and connects as well. Ruben with a huge chunk out of the right-hand side, 266. Throws out the good game. He knows he's got it. Unbelievable. Just as I'm talking about how hard it is for Ruben to break through and that Lindsay has the direct damage, Ruben gets it done. GG, well played. Team Queso, 4-0. Wow. What a performance. And just really unable to even play that graveyard. And now 2 Team Queso players in double-digit wins. Ruben moves to 10-5 to follow his teammate IMJP, who's at 11-5. That's the kind of performance that's going to give you guys that 4-0 to start the season. Team Queso still undefeated. Team Queso, OP indeed. Bananas. Absolutely bananas. That's what you get from this squad. You have Ruben and JP, both such heavy hitters, both capable of doing so much. And Ruben, again, talk about the micro of Ruben, which is always phenomenal, but the cycle tracking, and we saw that there in the end, able to put together that last push on the right-hand side, close things out in the 1v1 set. So aware of what his opponent is doing. A lot of people are playing only on their side of the board and playing less on their opponents. But that cycle tracking from Ruben, a big part of why his micro is so good, because he has his cycle perfectly prepared to go the opposite direction. Ruben, you know, one of those guys who before CRL, people who really follow the competitive scene were talking about him. Everyone in Spain was talking about him, what he was doing over in SLO with Arena Casito, getting it done in SLO. And Team Queso was waiting for him to come over and be old enough to play in the professional leagues on the western side. And finally, old enough, and he's been a big impact for Team Queso. Continues to be. And look at that. There's your standings. Team Queso 4-0. Sole possession of the lead. And a chance to exit the weekend in first place if they keep it up tomorrow. And it's going to be a good one tomorrow. On Sunday, they have Team Purple coming off a win, so that's the big question is, can they do it again mañana? Got it done today, though. Man, so many interesting. We still have one more match today. Liquid and Blastoff will be here in just a couple minutes. But tomorrow, some big-time stuff as well, and Team Queso still looking so good. Hi guys, I'm Rich Slayton, caster for Clash Royale League, Claster here for No Tilt League Special Edition, bringing you some Clash Royale as we all stay home, stay safe. Wash your hands repeatedly. Wear your mask in public. Don't sneeze on people. Try to high-five people only in your house. A high-five baby boy Slayton. A little high-five fist bump handshake thing we do. Not even 2 years old. Got a secret handshake already. That's pretty rad. But here we are. If you haven't yet, hit subscribe for the No Tilt YouTube page. Go ahead and, of course, hit that follow button. Or ring the bell is what I mean to say, so you get notifications. I've been talking for a long time, guys. And I'm not done yet. One more match left to play. Team Liquid and Blastoff. And, of course, a lot of you excited to see Team Liquid play. They'll be here in just a couple of moments. Of course, we'll take a break before then, so you can go ahead and get your water, get yourself a little bit of a snack, and get ready for our final match of the day, which we'll be with in just a minute. Andrew Guy joined me earlier, and if you missed him, go ahead. I'll throw his Twitter back up here for a second. Let's see, where do I do that? And boom, there's his Twitter back up for just a moment. Andrew Guy no longer on voice, but at Andrew Guy, go follow him on the Twitters and on all the different stuff, and keep up with what he's doing. And of course, you can follow me at Rich Slayton on all the different socials as well. Waiting on our next transition here to get into the end. Let's go ahead and talk to the chat here for a moment. Yeah, a lot of people really excited to see Team Liquid, it seems. So, let's see. Oh, well, let's go Rich from K. Hey, what's up, K? How you doing? K and Show, the Lightning Block Kings. The brothers who get it done over and over. There we go. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Team Liquid against Blastoff, back in about 5. Don't go anywhere. here we go. Last match of this Super Saturday. We've been through 4. And here comes number 5. Hi, guys. I'm Rich Slayton, caster for Clash Royale League. Also here for the No Tilt League Special Edition running now through May 10th. Here this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Next weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, all the way through to May 10th for our grand final, where the winner will take home $12,000. Of course, $9,000 second place, $4,500 to third and fourth. But we're running now through May 10th. And then, of course, in the later half of May, CRL West will be kicking off, which I'm sure you're excited about. I'm excited about. But right now, we get to watch essentially the same teams, a lot of the same squads, those big-time players here at No Tilt League Special Edition. If you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe, ring the bell for notifications, never miss a moment of the action here for the No Tilt League Special Edition. And of course for other No Tilt offerings happening both in Clash Royale and Brawl Stars throughout the year. It's going to be consistent here at No Tilt, a production company bringing you a lot of great high-level mobile esports competition, especially in the overall Supercell universe. So make sure you come back. Already had No Tilt Worlds, now No Tilt League. And just announced yesterday, I believe, there's going to be a No Tilt Semi-Pro League with academy teams coming during this next offseason as well. So a lot of fun stuff here on No Tilt. If you're on the Mad Cat side, watching over there, throw me a follow if you haven't already. Love to have your support. And of course, you'll be here for a lot of esports offerings, both for you to watch and to participate in if you're over there joining me on the Mad Cat side. Guys, we've reached it, our final match of the day. And talking about big name stars, of course, what's bigger right now than Team Liquid? The most famous player to ever hold the phone, Surgical Goblin. Then, of course, Canario, Diego B, and the Mortar God himself, Igor, facing off against Blastoff, who consists of AC and RF, one of the great 2v2 duos and one of the best bromances in all of Clash Royale. And then the Ladder King, Samuel Basoto, who is quickly making a case for being one of the, if not the top ladder player of all time. And we'll dig into those rosters a little bit more in just a bit. But both of these teams in contention at the moment. Of course, the top 6 all make the playoffs. So there's really nobody eliminated until we get very, very, very near the end. It might come down to the final day to decide all of these teams' fates. Top 6 make the playoffs. Top 2 get a first round bye. 3, 4, 5, and 6 play that first round. Winner of those matches takes on the 1 and 2 seed. And right now, Team Liquid has a chance to move into that number 2 spot with a win today. It would move them to 3-1, tied in record with SK Gaming. But I don't believe they've gone head-to-head yet. Have they gone head-to-head yet? I don't think so. So then they would have the set differential, and that would move them into second place for the moment. That's going to be a big one when we get there. And here we go. Let's jump into our game. The God RF facing off against Canario in our first King of the Hill set. King Tower activation pretty easy for Canario. Hog Rider right to Bomb Tower. Canario playing Hog. RF looking like it might be, yep, Minor Loon. Musketeer. And the Ewiz is going to make things real difficult for that balloon. Ewiz, Spear Goblins. Firecracker's not the best, but it does help. And yes, Schaefer's Smorgasbord. This is live. Players all playing from their homes, or if they're in a team house, potentially playing from there, but all playing from wherever they are currently sheltering throughout the world. And yeah, I'm talking Alex, just watch my stand-up. Thank you very much. I think I only have the 1 bid up online right now, but it's one of my favorites. Hog sneaks past the Bomb Tower left-hand side. EQ anyway, why not get the pile on? Canario putting a lot of pressure on that left-hand side, 14-53. Log left-hand lane, 16-18 now for Canario as we approach double elixir time. A lot of balloon today. Quite a lot of balloon today. And while it was Lumberloon with Heal Spirit for the first half, it's been Minor Muskloon second half. Giant Skelly for Canario. And that bomb tower down a bit early here. And that Hog Rider should get a pass past it. A pass past it. You know what I was going for there, guys. Does not get the shot because of the King Tower activation. So that's a situation where that King Tower activation from the Firecracker does play a pretty big role. And that's a balloon connection left-hand side for RF. 324, no big spell for RF. Miner in. Ewiz trying to stop it. That's going to be GG, well played. RF takes the dub in game number 1. Blast off to a good start, courtesy of a guy who's having one of the best 2020s of anybody. CWA Cup champion. Number 3, No Tilt Worlds. Some real nasty ladder finishes. RF killing it in 2020. And Canario just not able to keep up with it there at the end. Balloon getting through, getting on tower. The Ewiz not enough to get that protection. Man, RF is good at Clash Royale. Smart guy, nice dude, killer Clash Royale player. Diego B, the third man up, Surgical Goblin up right now. The GOAT. We'll see how he fares against the guy who's currently having some of his best runs of his career. Inferno Dragon left-hand side, Bandit picked up by the Stab Goblins. Looking like Lava Miner for Surge. Maybe not. Ram Rider for RF. The Ram Rider comes in waves. You'll see nothing of her for a long time, and then someone finds a deck that works out really well, and she's back in for a few minutes. This Ram Rider Battle Healer deck is the one right now. And yes, it's Ram Rider for Surgical Goblin too. So here we go, variations on the theme for these two. Mega Knight left-hand lane, Ewiz behind. Surge trying to pour it on right now. Battle Healer picks up the Mega Knight lead. First minute and a half away. Surgical Goblin has not yet taken any damage on tower. We have not seen the final card, the big spell from RF, most likely. And a fine Ewiz there, cleans all that up. Ram Rider again for Surgical Goblin. And there you go, Fireball comes in for RF. Snowball opposite direction. But here comes the Stun Fest. Surge ahead by a couple of Elixir, but RF does have his Ram Rider already on tower, already on board. Going to be very interesting here to see how these two play this one out. Mega Knight obviously can clean up a lot. RF goes right-hand lane. Mega Knight not in cycle. Ewiz comes out for Surge. Able to stop it completely. So Mega Knight, Ram Rider opposite direction, and E-Drag down, but Bandit, or Ewiz down. Bandit behind, though, to get the Ewiz. Snowball in, and Surgical Goblin with a huge connection left-hand side has to get the Fireball out. Ahead on damage, ahead by about an Elixir and a half now on the left-hand side. 12:50 remaining for RF. Surgical Goblin still pitching a shutout with under 2 minutes left. Cycles Mega Knight in the back one more time. RF playing the E was a little bit low here, trying to keep it protected, but also get that Inferno Dragon off the board. And now RF with a chance for a counter push, but Surge does have a ton of Elixir available. E-Wiz, Snowball, Mega Knight into there, and is immediately, you see that. Both of the primary counters for that Ram Rider on the left-hand side, so RF goes right. Good timing there by the blast-off player, but is it going to be too little too late? Cannon Cart drops, picks up the Ram Rider aggro. And that's the key here for RF, because he's playing from behind, very similar looks, has to find opportunities when the two primary counters, that Mega Knight and that E-Wiz, are both unavailable. Pulls the Mega Knight to the middle. Gonna have to go E-Wiz to the outside here if he has it. There we go. Ram Rider trying to sneak through, though, on that left-hand lane. RF in a ton of trouble. All right, here we go. Big-time counter push. Surgical Goblin does have the Mega Knight. Drops down on that big push. Cleans up most of it. Ram Rider going to connect, though. Small connection. 1298 left-hand side. Final 20 seconds. RF starting to load up on the right-hand side. How does he control this Mega Knight and get the damage done? Cannon Cart connects. Cannon Cart connects. Oh, my word. The Cannon Cart. That's the fireball. RF steals this one off of Surgical Goblin. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That was all Surge all the way. Cannon Cart able to stay alive, and that's what that healing does. Gives it just a little bit extra on the wheels. And next thing you know, Cannon Cart connection. RF pulls the rug out from under Surgical Goblin, and now he's 2-0 on the day. You gotta love it. You absolutely gotta love it. Some say this game's predictable. Exhibit A to the counter right there. RF now moving to 9-8 here in No Tilt. Surgical Goblin falling now to 4-2. And up next, Diego B, who's had a good campaign so far, has had a good 2020 so far. Still trying to find his first win here at No Tilt League. And look at that, is RF running Graveyard. Avoided it for the first two games. Looking like it here in game 3. You have the lead, you're up 2-0, why not? Go ahead, go comfort. Diego B looking like it's Hog. And Baby Dragon immediately played aggressive with the Ice Wiz behind. RF knowing those bats are coming. Wants to get that Goblin Hut off the board as quickly as he can. And will RF go for a... No, he's not going to go for the King Tower activation now because the Royal Giant coming out. So it's RG, not Hog, for Diego. You know, there was a time when Firecracker and Mini P.E.K.K.A were mostly Hog Rider, but this version of RG has been more popular as time goes on. And the Goblin Hut slows this deck down quite a bit, so definitely more leaning towards RG at that point. RF unable to play a Graveyard yet. There we go, finally gets it down. And pulls the trigger on the poison as well. Ice Wiz getting across the board. Diego B in a lot of trouble. Firecracker cleans up some of it. 1350 left-hand side for Diego. 1845 for the God RF. A lot of control here for RF. And Diego sets up Royal Giant in the back. EQ trying to clear the path. And look at that bar barrel right back into the Firecracker. And now it's a big downhill push for RF. Log trying to keep things taken care of on the bottom, but Baby Dragon already taking for the graveyard. Dark Prince does go down to the mini P.E.K.K.A. RF opening that lead up even more. 799 on the left-hand lane. And Diego B gets a second Goblin Hut down. Going to be a lot of Goblins on the board. Tons of spears in the air. Approaching the final minute. Triple Elixir on its way. RF trying to keep the pressure on. Does not want to give an opening for an RG to steal this thing. Graveyard. Poison gets it on both the Goblin Hut and on the guards. A lot of value here. And now needs to hold off this push. This is the big decisive one for Diego B. Nados it all back. Dark Prince will slow it down a bit with the Ice Whiz. RG doesn't get a single shot, 44 seconds left. And Diego's trying to cycle those hard. But Graveyard Poison should be sufficient here. There you go, Diego B fall into the God RF. 1, 2, 3, King of the Hill sweep. And RF's 2020 continues to be insanely dominant. So there you go. 3 up, 3 down. RF has been a good player for a long time. Starting to knock on the door of true greatness. We'll see what this rest of the 2020 has in store, but already so impressive. RF taking out Canario, Surgical Goblin, and Diego B. Played Graveyard for one of those three, has moved beyond just being considered that some people thought he was a Graveyard one trick for a minute, all the Splash Yard guy, but has added many more wrinkles to his game. We saw them today. 1, 2, 3, King of the Hill, and that's a nice advantage here for Blastoff. And we're heading into our second King of the Hill set. Now, keep in mind, if RF isn't in that lineup, which he probably is, it's because these two first lineups are set before the match. So the first two sets, King of the Hill, those lineups are sent in 24 hours in advance. I believe 24 hours in advance. They're set in advance, and then they decide who the 1v1 player will be when you get there. But my guess is we're going to see RF again. My guess is Basoto's in that lineup. So we'll see what rounds that out for Blastoff. But right now, a nice advantage against the defending world champions, Team Liquid. Man, what a day it's been. And just to review the results of the day, Cream Esports 2-0 against Chivas to open things up. And then Purple gave SK Gaming their first loss with a 2-0 sweep as well. Tribe Gaming got their first win with a sweep against Pain. And if you were here a moment ago, Queso got the 2-1 win in the final set. Ruben taking things for Team Queso over Galaxy. And then here we are, Blastoff with the lead going into our second set. Did SK Gaming beat Team Purple? Asked RSS Swimmer. Yes, SK Gaming. Oh no, they did not. SK Gaming lost. So SK Gaming falls to 3-1. Team Queso, the only undefeated team still remaining in this event. Here we go. Set number 2, and it's AC leading off against Igor. So going to be the longtime veteran AC, the God RF, then Basoto. Other side, Igor, Canario, and Surgical Goblin. And talking about guys who've been in competitive Clash Royale for a long time. Aw Crap is certainly one of those guys. Going all the way back to 2016 with RPL Americas 2, where they took second place. Not a lot of players have been competing since 2016, this guy has. So wall breakers for Igor. Interesting choice here. An AC with double hut. Goblin hut and barbarian hut. Double hut. If you have a furnace here, AC, I'm gonna text you something real mean after this one. Jeez. So is this also an E-Golem deck? With Barb Hut and Goblin Hut. This is fascinating. You see the Eagle, I mean, you see the Battle Healer Electro Dragon, you assume E-Golem. Double Hut, you can't assume anything. And that's a connection even with the Barb Hut getting down. So the lead that AC had evaporates. A little late there, picking up against those wall breakers, and it is Elixir Golem. So it's Elixir Golem double spawner. Not sure that King Tower activation is going to mean much for Igor here. In AC, maybe sacking tower on that side. Second Elixir Golem down. Battle Healer. Second Battle Healer. Electro Dragon. What else you got there, AC? Such a pile. Just loading up here. Igor trying to hold on. We'll take that right-hand tower with those. Oh no, the tornado pulls it back. And ah crap, gonna steal this one from Igor with the double spawner Elixir Golem deck. What? What? Oh boy. Gonna have to call AC after this one and be like, man, what are you doing? But gets the win. Brutalize that one for Igor. Please, everybody, don't start playing this. For the love of all that's good. Please don't start playing double spawner E-Golem. As a human being, I'm asking you. Man, that NATO. Yeah, over in the YouTube chat, someone said, oh boy, that NATO though. Yup. Yup, absolutely. Igor's like, yeah, you do all this stuff over here. I'll go take your tower with these wall breakers. And Alcrab says, yeah, but I have a tornado, so that's not going to happen. And now it's 3M for AC. 3M triple spawner, that's my guess. We'll see what Alcrab's doing here in game number 2. Canario up for Team Liquid. So 3 Musketeers, Dark Prince, Heal Spirit, and it is a Royal Hogs deck. Canario very low on Elixir, and AC just goes, hey ya. And that's going to be Tower in a lot of trouble. Not quite down, but oh boy, close enough. Oh, maybe. The pigs might do it. Pig on the outside gets that last little bite, and Canario gives the GG. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 3 Musketeers, Royal Hogs, Heal Spirit. And we've seen some 3M Royal Hogs lately. Heal Spirit been in with a lot of Royal Hogs decks. But we've seen some people running 3 Musketeers without the Heal Spirit. It seems like Heal Spirit 3M has some good synergy. And there you see it. Perfect. The Barb Barrel comes out. The Musketeers go to town on that right-hand side, down to 541. Canario loading up. AC might be in the lead here, but he is against Elixir Golem Battle Healer. And as you might have just seen, this deck is a thief. AC holds on nicely. Here we go, double elixir time. Canario starting to put the pressure on. There's one thing about Canario, he does not wilt under pressure. He's not the kind of player who freaks out when he's down. His decision-making process doesn't change drastically. Some people, when they get down, they just do not make the same level of decisions. Not the case here for the Giant Slayer. Double E-Golem's right-hand lane. Hunter trying to hold on. Canario trying to see if he can take this tower and push all the way for the 3 crown. 20 seconds left, but that's 3 Musketeers in the back, and that'll be it. GG, well played. So here's what Akrap has done so far in this King of the Hill set. Double spawner Elixir Golem, and now 3M Royal Hogs. Good luck trying to game plan against this guy. Good luck. Canario goes for the 3 crown, can't get it. And now look at this. Blastoff having a chance to be the first team to go a clean 6-0. Cream Esports nearly got it done yesterday when X Pedro opened up 3-0, and then Ace went 2 wins in a row, and then you had the, I believe it was a reverse sweep from Surge TS maybe in that matchup. Was that Cream against Pain the other day? I believe that's right. So now here we are. If Akrap can get this sweep, the first 6-0 win of this No Tilt League Special Edition. I mean, wild. Absolutely wild. There you go, taking a look at the stats courtesy of Stats Royale, and Heal Spirit. You saw there was that one Heal Spirit when the Barb Barrel tried to take out the 2 Musketeers on the right-hand side. Perfectly timed Heal Spirit kept them alive long enough to really chunk that right-hand tower. And from that point on, Canario had to hope he could overwhelm and go for a 3 crown, like push through a single tower to a 3 crown. Tried to go for it at the end, couldn't get it done. So this is it, Surgical Goblin, the GOAT. Last chance for Liquid today. Has to reverse sweep. And has to reverse sweep against Akrap, the God RF, and Samuel Basoto. That's no easy task, even for Surgical Goblin. And Surge gets aggressive right-hand lane. Dark Prince in response. And Surgical Goblin just eats the Dark Prince charge plus 1 more shot right-hand lane, 19-16. And now AC is putting the pressure on that side. Not worried about 1 Baby Dragon belt in the left-hand lane. Gonna be 2, 22-68. Takes the lead now to 15-98. And with that, Surgical Goblin golems up in the left-hand lane. So Golem Ice Wiz control here for Surgical Goblin. Playing from behind and pushing away from the weak tower. We'll see how that works out for him. Dark Prince, Baby Dragon, Mega Minion, and that Dark Prince shield absorbs one of those lightning shots, not what Surgical Goblin wanted. Mega Minion stays alive to help out with that defense on the Golem. Baby Dragon stays alive. That lightning not getting it done for Surge. And here we go, more pressure right-hand side for AC. Mini P.E.K.K.A in response, and now it's his turn to golem up. We don't see a lot of Golem v. Golem battles these days. Here we go. Remember AC's former teammate, the Golem God, Royal. Sure, he learned a few tricks there. And look at that King Tower activation. Akrap gonna hold the line here on the left-hand side. And his Golem all over tower on the right. And this looks like it, folks. Could Surgical Goblin pull this out? Absolutely. 20 seconds. Gonna make it very difficult. AC puts down the Goblin Hut. And the good game comes out from Surge. So just when people are wondering, hey, does Akrap still have it? I saw the YouTube chat throwing some shade his way. He comes out against the defending world champions and goes 1-2-3 King of the Hill. And there you have the first 6-game 6-0 sweep at all in the No Tilt Special Edition. RF and AC, the 2v2 duo, Clash Royale's greatest bromance, getting it done here against Team Liquid. That's dominance. And that's unpredictability. I don't care who you are. If you were trying to game plan against AC today, you got it wrong. Obviously. AC showing up today. GG, well played. Oh my word. Team Liquid doesn't know what hit him. And that shot at second place, gone courtesy of the duo AC and RF. Blastoff will move up to 2-2 on their record. Wow. Wow, that's a big one. That's a big one indeed. Guys, looking over the chat here, it's a fine finish for today, says Shachar. Yes, I agree. 6-0 sweep. Brings a tear to my eye. History, says Wolfie. Yep, absolutely. Okay, I'm seriously going to give him some shade for it, but double spawner E-Golem is brutal. Double spawner E-Golem is brutal. It's a decent call against Igor in particular, but still absolutely brutal. 3M Royal Hogs with Heal Spirit. Not a lot of Three Musketeers being run right now. AC gets it done, and then Golem. So all three of those decks, little outside of the box. And AC with the clean 3-0, RF with the clean 3-0. 6-0, and we'll have the standings for you in a couple minutes here as the team gets all those things rearranged. And we'll see what's actually happening with the picture as we end this Saturday and move in to our Sunday gameplay. Guys, please don't start playing that double spawner E-Golem deck. You're going to kill me. Here we go. Final standings of the day. Team Queso still at the top at 4-0. And Blastoff with that one jumps the line all the way up into second place. Team Liquid falls all the way from a potential second place into 7th. Wow. What a fall down for Team Liquid today. Of course, 2-2. Everyone's so close there in the middle. But that clean, oh, that's what it is the clean sweep. The 6-0 gave them a -5 game differential. So Team Liquid just tumbles down the ladder to the bottom. They have to make up that game, that set and game differential that they gave up today. So Blastoff leapfrogs everybody into second place, courtesy of AC and RF. So from the top to the bottom, Queso and SK Gaming still at the top. That was beautiful. That was absolutely beautiful. Do you like Clash Royale? Well, you probably like today then. Guys, if you have not yet, don't forget to subscribe. Hit that sub button here on YouTube for the No Tilt GG page to make sure you never miss a moment of our No Tilt action. Ring the bell for notifications so that the page tells you when we're going live next, which is tomorrow at 10 a.m. in the West, 1 p.m. in the East. I think that's about 7 p.m. Central European time. Thanks for watching. We'll be back tomorrow with more. Take it easy. I'm Rich Slade. Go outside, have some fun. Or stay in. Do something. Peace.